Chapter 321. Bai Luo carefully followed behind Yang Kai, holding a dozen or so bottles of spiritual energy-restoring pills in her arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared towards the not-so-tall figure in front of her, her brow furrowed in a complicated and annoyed expression. What she had done today really made her regret it. If she hadn't taken him to Heavenly La Medicine Square, nothing would have happened. The key was that she had first intended to let Liu teach him a lesson, but the result was that she hadn't intended to be so vicious and ended up offending him. Not only that, but he was also so strong that he was able to fight evenly with Liu. At the end of the day, Bai Luo felt like she had no sense of shame at all. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence and indifference made her feel even more uncomfortable. After finally returning to the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer and quickly stepped in front of Yang Kai, blocking his path and angrily asking, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yang Kai glanced over at her faintly, his brow furrowing slightly. "Hey." Bai Luo stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. "Why are you ignoring me? I know you're very strong, but you don't need to ignore me like this, right? When I took you to Heavenly La Medicine Square before, I really wanted to let Liu teach you a lesson. Who told you to be so hateful? But later, I didn't want to do that, but at that time, the situation was already out of my control. Ian, I'm sorry, don't be angry." Although Bai Luo was an orphan and didn't come from a noble background, she was still the most popular person in Shanqing Luo's eyes. On top of that, she was an enchanting beauty and had always been quite arrogant. Coupled with her unique hobbies, she had never put any man in her eyes. When Shanqing Luo brought Yang Kai back that day, she had not only allowed him to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. She had also sent 3 of the palace's best women to serve him, naturally causing Bai Luo to feel a little annoyed. Bai Luo didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, but because of Shanqing Luo's orders, she had never taken Yang Kai seriously. Until today's battle, Yang Kai was able to compete with Liu and even not fall into a disadvantage. Bai Luo realized that this man was different from other men and understood why Shanqing Luo valued him so much. With her temper and arrogance, sincerely apologizing at this time was simply too much. This was the limit of what she could do. Standing in place, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at Bai Luo. He didn't speak. Bai Luo's expression suddenly became unhappy and she angrily said, "I've already apologized, can't you forgive me? Isn't it said that all men are magnanimous?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Bai Luo's lapel, and pulled her in front of him. Bai Luo's beautiful face paled in an instant, almost reflexively wanting to attack, but remembering Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, she quickly changed her mind. "Luo of Yang Kai's of. You're dead." Yang Kai snorted coldly. His tone was cold and firm, not sounding like he was joking at all. Noticing his seriousness, Bai Luo's heart couldn't help trembling. His entire body was ice cold. Just as she was about to say something stubborn, Yang Kai suddenly let go of her. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a trace of purple energy in the blood. That trace of energy was squirming. It was as if it was alive. "Ah!" Bai Luo exclaimed. "Get lost." Yang Kai suddenly sent out a palm strike, pushing Bai Luo back a few dozen meters, and in the next moment, his body was wrapped in a thick layer of purple demonic flames. A bone-chilling coldness spread out, Yang Kai's hair and clothes instantly turned white, and wisps of icy cold aura spread out. Catcher, with Yang Kai as the center, a radius of more than 100 feet was instantly frozen. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai. It turned out that this person hadn't completely neutralized the power of Liu's attack, but had instead used some unknown method to seal it inside his body. Now it was acting up again. This was the purple demonic spirit fire from the evil cavern. It wasn't a real fire, but rather a condensed form of energy from the purple demonic spirit Qi. Liu had absorbed and refined this energy, mixing it into his attacks. This kind of demonic energy was extremely difficult to deal with. Once one was struck by it, they would become like maggots. Unless one's strength far surpassed Liu's, sooner or later their Yuan Qi would be swallowed up by this demonic energy and frozen to death. Bai Luo had only heard about it but had never seen it before. Today was the first time she had the privilege of witnessing it. "Are you hurt?" Bai Luo asked in a trembling voice. Noticing Yang Kai's current state, the dissatisfaction in her heart was instantly replaced by guilt. "Nonsense, why don't you try being hit by that mace?" Yang Kai grit his teeth and replied, taking a deep breath and circulating his true Yang secret art, once again suppressing the purple demonic spirit fire from his body into his meridians. Le Yu was worthy of being a master of the younger generation. Although it seemed that Yang Kai had won the battle, and even the Le family's immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had come out to support him. But the real result was only known to Yang Kai himself. If they had really continued fighting, he wasn't sure he would have won. After all, Le Yu's cultivation was 4 minor realms higher than his own. On top of that, that mace had hit Yang Kai hard. Even with the protection of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs had all been dislocated. "Then what do we do?" Bai Luo asked anxiously. "Heal me. Are you a pig?" "Ien, then let's go back quickly," Bai Luo hurriedly said, stepping forward to support Yang Kai and quickly rushing back to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had called her a pig head, Bai Luo wasn't the slightest bit annoyed. At the very least, she didn't feel any cold murderous intent from Yang Kai's tone. In other words, he wasn't angry at all. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he went straight to the first floor, quickly removing his robes and diving into the warm bath. Outside, the 3 women who were serving Yang Kai stood side by side with Bai Luo. "What happened to young lord?" The beautiful woman Yun Li noticed something was wrong and asked softly. "He fought with Le Yu and suffered some injuries." Bai Luo replied softly. "Ah." Yun Li reached out and covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "You fought with the Le family's young master? Why did you fight?" "Don't ask, it's my fault." Bai Luo sighed, handing over the pills in her sleeve to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, a look of loss filling her face. The beautiful woman Yun Li stared at her thoughtfully for a moment and couldn't help understanding many things, so she didn't ask any more questions. "Elder sister Yun, he seems to still have some prejudice against me. How can I apologize to him in order to appease his anger?" After a moment of silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned and asked, "Apologize?" Yun Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she stared at Bai Luo in amazement, joking, "Little Bai Luo actually knows how to apologize, the sun must have risen from the west today. Could it be that you, no?" Bai Luo glared at her fiercely before suddenly smiling wickedly. "You slut, what's going on in that head of yours? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so you don't become too dissatisfied?" "Don't." Yun Li was taken aback and quietly moved away from Bai Luo. "Then tell me, what should I do?" Yun Li smiled sweetly, her face blushing slightly as she whispered, "A woman's body is the best weapon. You really do have such thoughts in your head. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Bai Luo said angrily, "You keep an eye on him, I'll go back first. If anything happens here, don't forget to inform me." En. Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing nodded together. Inside the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The purple evil qi was flowing through his meridians and being incinerated by the pure true Yang Yuan qi, some of it being expelled from his body while the rest being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Although this energy was also extremely evil qi, essentially sharing the same source as the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, there were still some differences. This was the energy Le Yu cultivated, mixed with his understanding of the martial Dao and brand, as well as his own aura. Le Yu's understanding of the martial Dao and Yang Kai's brand were incompatible, so they could only be eliminated. What was left was the purple spirit demonic qi that Le Yu had absorbed from the evil cavern, which could be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton after being refined. This evil qi was very difficult to dissolve, so it took Yang Kai 3 or 4 days to gradually dissolve and refine the purple spirit demonic qi in his meridians. From the unyielding golden skeleton, it seemed that this so-called purple spirit demonic qi was very much to its liking. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart tremble. His battle with Le Yu had not resulted in a clear victory or defeat, but thanks to that battle, Yang Kai's true element boundary 5th stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. Yang Kai had also seen what kind of strength the top masters of his generation had. So far, he had only encountered a few difficult opponents: 9-star sword schools Wu Chengyi, Qiu families Qiu Yimeng, and this Le Yu. Each of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so their strength was a wake-up call to Yang Kai, and he no longer dared to underestimate any of them. The world was so vast, who knew how many geniuses there were like them? Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally refreshed. His injured 5 viscera and 6 organs had all returned to their original positions, and the water in the bathtub had become a deep purple color, giving it a terrifying appearance. Getting up from the bathtub, Yang Kai dried the water on his body, put on his clothes, and went outside. When Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing saw him come out, they couldn't help smiling happily. "Has young lord's injuries healed?" Yun Li quickly stepped forward and asked. Yang Kai nodded. "That's good." Yun Li also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing and saying, "Go inform Miss Bai Luo that young lord has fully recovered, so she doesn't need to worry." "Yes." Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing nodded, turning around and leaving. Yun Li stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, smiling as she said, "Young lord may not know, but Miss Bai Luo has been coming here several times a day to inquire about your condition. I can see that she hasn't rested well these past few days, so she must be very tired. She asked for it." Yang Kai snorted. The reason Bai Luo was so concerned about him was not because she was worried, but rather because she was afraid that Shanqing Luo would punish her when she found out. How could Yang Kai not understand this? Yun Li pursed her lips and smiled. Bai Luo is still young and not very sensible. Living in the palace all year round and being doted on by master, she really is spoiled. Young lord is master's magnanimity, there's no need to lower yourself to her level. Chapter 322. Let's see how she performs in the future. Seeing Yun Li speak up for Bai Luo, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. What's more, he didn't want to bring up the previous matter again. He was only angry that Bai Luo had schemed against him and dragged him into such a troublesome situation. He believed that after this incident, Bai Luo wouldn't dare act rashly again. Yun Li then said, "The pills young lord bought before have been placed in your bedroom, and the accounts have also been settled." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking to himself that having a big backer really made a difference. Buying so many bottles of spiritual energy restoring pills without having to pay for them himself, it was no wonder that the young lords and young ladies of great forces were able to cultivate much faster than the average person. With such a huge amount of resources at their disposal, if they started from the same starting line, their achievements would always be higher than others. This world had always been so unfair. Also, the Le family sent someone to deliver something the day before yesterday. The beautiful woman continued to report with a smile. "Oh, the Le family?" Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, a bit surprised. They sent a bottle of mysterious grade pills, which are also used to restore one's soul. Yun Li looked towards Yang Kai, covering her mouth as she giggled. "I heard that the Le family transferred these pills from their family headquarters 100 kilometers away and ordered this servant to make sure young lord accepts them. Seeing that young lord was in the middle of healing, this servant took the initiative to keep them." "Young lord, do you want to return them?" "Of course not." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Why would I want to return them? Since they sent them to my doorstep, naturally I have to accept them." Seemingly knowing he would say this, Yun Li nodded slightly. "That's true. If I were to return them, I'm afraid it would cause the Le family to lose face, so it's best to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Young lord really is a magnanimous person." This flattery, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly. The Le family sending him such a precious gift, Yang Kai could understand, it was nothing more than trying to resolve the previous crisis. However, the Le family was still a great force. Yang Kai was rather surprised that he was willing to compromise. "Shanqing Luo is quite awe-inspiring." Yang Kai muttered softly. He only thought that Yu Jiao was being nice because of Shanqing Luo. What he didn't know was that the Yu family didn't know his background and didn't want to offend him. If they could kill Yang Kai quietly, they would be able to do so. How could the Le family be so generous? But the key point was that the battle between Yang Kai and Le Yu took place in Fragrant City, and so many people were watching it. For the time being, they did not dare to offend him and could only swallow their anger. Although a bottle of profound level pills was expensive, it was still not enough. But the Yu family could afford it. Hearing his words, Yun Li smiled and continued, "There is one more thing I need to report to young master." "What is it?" "There are many young masters and young ladies from the great forces in the city who want to invite young master to their residence. I'm afraid they want to make friends with young master." Yang Kai's origin was too mysterious, and it was difficult not to attract the attention of others. These days, the great forces of Fragrant City had been inquiring about Yang Kai's background, but after inquiring about it, not to mention his origin, even his name was not clear. So they wanted to invite Yang Kai. They wanted to use this opportunity to spy on him. If his background was really not small, they naturally wanted to make friends with him. If he didn't have a background, there was no harm. With such a promising young man, any force would be willing to extend an olive branch. "Not going." Yang Kai frowned. "I have nothing to say to them." Seeing him refuse so decisively, the beautiful woman was startled for a moment before she smiled. "That's fine. I'm going to cultivate." After saying this to her, Yang Kai directly rushed up to the second floor. Watching his back disappear, the beautiful woman Yun Li wore a strange expression and shook her head with a wry smile. She had never seen someone so obsessed with cultivation. From the looks of it, his strength was not without reason. The next few days, Yang Kai continued to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, but his progress was very slow. He didn't know when he would be able to see the whole picture. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He only wanted to use the true alchemic way to cultivate his spiritual energy. Obtaining the knowledge contained within the true alchemic way was only secondary. After consuming a bottle of pills to restore his spiritual energy, Yang Kai's spiritual energy grew significantly. Not only did it become more resilient, but the range it could cover was also much larger than before. The consumption of pills was very fast because the quality of these pills was not high. If the quality was not high, the medicinal efficacy would not be ideal. If Yang Kai wanted to quickly restore his spiritual energy, he could only make up for it with quantity. Only the last bottle of mysterious grade pills sent by the La family lasted less than 2 days before it was completely consumed. No one had ever dared to cultivate their spiritual energy like Yang Kai, recklessly exhausting his spiritual energy and then crazily consuming pills to supplement it. If it were anyone else, they would have long since suffered a serious injury. If their spiritual energy wasn't in chaos, they would have become an idiot. How could they survive? But under the effect of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about such things. 10 days later, after consuming all the pills, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had grown a lot. He tried to destroy the soul-seeking seal that Shanqing Luo had left in his body, but unfortunately, he was still unable to shake it. Instead, he provoked the divine sense that the dragon lady had left in the soul-seeking seal, causing her to gasp and hallucinate, causing Yang Kai to become enraged. Sooner or later, he would strip her naked, hang her up, and give her a good beating. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. With a light knock, a knock came from outside. "Come in," Yang Kai shouted. The door was pushed open and Bai Luo, wearing a fiery red dress, her face enchanting and hot, giggling as she walked in. It was obvious that she had deliberately dressed up, and the choice of clothes she had chosen to imitate Shanqing Luo's style, giving her a hint of charm. Yang Kai was slightly startled. "How come it's you?" Since returning to the palace that day, Bai Luo had not appeared in front of Yang Kai, but from time to time, Yun Li would put in a few good words for her, asking Yang Kai not to pursue the previous matter. Yang Kai had never imagined that today she would take the initiative to come looking for him. However, the current Bai Luo was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. When facing Yang Kai, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous and depressed. "I came to see you," Bai Luo said softly, showing a rare tenderness as she timidly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "If you still care about that matter, you don't need to worry, I won't trouble you." "You're not angry?" Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. "As long as you don't scheme against me again, I promise I won't do that again, that day was just an accident." Bai Luo smiled tenderly, running over to Yang Kai and whispering, "If Master asks about what happened that day, my hands were itchy, so I exchanged some pointers with Liu." Yang Kai naturally knew how to answer. Bai Luo giggled, her slender white palms patting her breasts as she took a deep breath. She had completely put down the big stone in her heart. "Sincerely," she said, "you're really a good person. I was wrong about you before." Just as she finished praising him, she found that Yang Kai was staring at her breasts. Hurriedly blocking his gaze, she blushed and said, "Hey, don't look at them like that." Saying so, seemingly thinking of something, Bai Luo let go of her arms and deliberately puffed out her towering breasts, indifferently saying, Look, I'll apologize to you. In any case, I won't lose anything." Her acting so carefree was a bit too much for Yang Kai to bear. Giggling, Bai Luo directly jumped onto the bed and came to stand behind Yang Kai. Half kneeling, she then stretched out her hands, straightened Yang Kai's head, and gently massaged it with her 10 fingers. "Why are you?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Every day at this time, isn't it elder sister Yun Li who comes to help you relieve your fatigue? Today, I took on this task and originally wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't expect you to be so accommodating. This young lady rarely serves you, so I'll be grateful and enjoy it." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, only now realizing that Bai Luo really felt guilty about what had happened that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to please him like this. Since that day when Yun Li helped Yang Kai massage, Yang Kai had become addicted to this and wanted to do it with her every day. Cultivating one's divine sense brought about exhaustion. Every time, it would be dispersed by those slender fingers, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was a comfortable feeling. Bai Luo must have inquired about this from the very beginning. Her technique wasn't as good as Yun Li's, but it was still quite diligent. After a long time, Bai Luo suddenly asked, "Is it very comfortable?" "It's all right," Yang Kai said honestly. "Only all right?" Bai Luo was quite shocked. "How do I compare to elder sister Yun Li?" "Not as good as her." Bai Luo snorted, her face filled with unwillingness, rolling her eyes as she grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in Yang Kai's ear, one that seemed to carry an endless charm and temptation. Immediately, from all directions, a burst of erotic moans rang out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a series of enchanting young women wearing revealing clothing, their robes half undone, their jade-like bodies wrapped around him like water snakes. In an instant, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy and his entire body began to burn with lust. Realizing that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly circulated his joyous unification art, causing Bai Luo, who was behind him, to let out a soft groan and suddenly collapse, her beautiful eyes blurring. The yin-yang joyous unification art seemed to be able to break through all kinds of seductive techniques. Last time, when Yang Kai had been affected by Shanqing Luo's aura, he had used the joyous unification art to escape from the illusion. This time, it really did dispel the illusion. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Bai Luo's cheeks were flushed red and her beautiful eyes were watery. Obviously, she had suffered a backlash from using her beguiling technique. Fortunately, she had only just begun using her beguiling technique and didn't have any hostility towards Yang Kai, so the backlash was very slight, only affecting her state of mind and not injuring her. "Making you feel good?" Bai Luo gasped for breath, her whole body feeling weak and powerless as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "But what did you do? Why did I suffer a backlash?" "You cultivate a beguiling technique?" Yang Kai stared at her dumbfoundedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was quite surprised that her secret art was actually the same as Shanqing Luo's. Bai Luo responded softly, her enchanting appearance and moans teasing Yang Kai's mind. This was a far more effective form of seduction than her beguiling technique. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "You're finished. I just told you not to scheme against me, yet you're doing this again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Chapter 323. Grinning, Yang Kai directly pushed Bai Luo under his body, his pair of big hands unscrupulously covering her pair of plump breasts. Feeling a scorching heat and amazing elasticity, Yang Kai's whole body instantly ignited, feeling his blood boil and his lower abdomen heat up. Speaking of which, it had been a long, long time since the last time he had dual cultivated with Su Yang. During this time, he had experienced a variety of temptations, and although he had always been able to hold himself back at the last moment, over the years, a small spark had been buried deep within him. Now, Bai Luo using her beguiling technique on Yang Kai had undoubtedly ignited this spark. "Hey, you, what are you doing?" Bai Luo was shocked and quickly tried to push Yang Kai away, but after suffering the backlash of using her beguiling technique just now, she had no strength at all. Now that Yang Kai was needing her, her tender body became even more limp, so how could she possibly push him away? Feeling a burning hot aura, Bai Luo's heart trembled and her mind was almost swallowed up by this hot aura. With a tearing sound, Bai Luo's clothes were torn apart and she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as her red robes were torn apart, exposing more than half of her snow-white skin to the air. "You bastard!" Bai Luo ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes filled with both fear and confusion, clenching her hands into fists and pounding Yang Kai's shoulders. "Oh!" While she was pounding Bai Luo's chest, she suddenly felt a numbing sensation, as if an electric current was flowing through her body, causing Bai Luo's mouth to emit a strange sound. This caused her to feel even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and saw the hateful man kissing the red mark on her chest. That pair of big hands was also very dishonest, rubbing back and forth between her waist, back, cleavage and buttocks. Every time they rubbed, it would bring a wave of dizzying impact. "Don't!" Bai Luo whispered softly, but the strength in her hands gradually weakened. It seemed that she was no longer willing to push this man away, and gradually, her whole body tensed up. He placed a finger in his mouth and sucked on it. A humming sound came from his mouth and he no longer resisted. On the contrary, her face was full of enjoyment and pleasure. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her snow-white skin was dripping with fragrant sweat. There was a faint layer of red light on it. She couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Kai, looking forward to more pleasure. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai had only wanted to teach Bai Luo a lesson. Although teaching a woman such a lesson was a bit excessive, it didn't matter who he was dealing with. Since Bai Luo cultivated a beguiling technique, naturally she wasn't unfamiliar with the matters between men and women. This was a lesson she would never forget. Only then would she stop scheming against him in the future. Unexpectedly, this enchanting girl didn't resist for long. Not only did she compromise, but she was also quite cooperative. This was undoubtedly a piece of heartening news. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. As he tumbled, his clothes fell off. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Luo suddenly sobered up and hurriedly stopped Yang Kai, a look of panic filling her face as she said, "No, no, no, you can't do this. You're kidding." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. After reaching this point, was he really going to hold back? "If you really can't bear it, I'll call elder sister Yun Li over. If you really can't, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing are also fine. They were all sent by Master to serve you, no matter what you do to them, they won't resist." Bai Luo said eagerly, a pleading look on her face. "How about it? I'll call all three of them in. No need to trouble yourself, it's you." Bai Luo's expression became sullen as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's proud dragon head and couldn't help crying out in alarm, seemingly having been greatly frightened. Suddenly, her face filled with shyness, avoiding Kai Yang's burning gaze, she mustered up her courage and whispered, "Do you want to try something else?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's. Bai Luo grit her teeth and whispered softly, "That's what?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Bai Luo was speechless and quickly pulled Yang Kai's ear, pulling his head down and whispering a few words into his ear, her white cheeks becoming more and more alluring as her beautiful eyes blurred. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly reacting, causing Bai Luo to be completely stunned, asking in shock, "Is that really possible?" "En." Bai Luo nodded gently. "How do you know?" Yang Kai was shocked, suddenly feeling as if in front of Bai Luo he was as pure as a piece of white paper. "I cultivate a seductive technique, all of this was taught to me by Master." What Yang Kai didn't know was that because Bai Luo cultivated a seductive technique, Shanqing Luo had specially assigned 2 young girls to assist her. It was precisely because she had spent so much time with these two young girls that Bai Luo had developed this special hobby. Then do you want to? Bai Luo saw young Kai standing there in a daze and couldn't help crying out, covering her face as she asked. Although she was usually carefree, in the end, she was still a young girl, so at this time, she couldn't help blushing. Yes. Young Kai said with great interest. First of all, don't ruin my body, the rest is up to you. Bai Luo blushed as she added, flipping over and pressing young Kai under her body, smiling charmingly as she licked her lips and lowered her head. A hearty roar, followed by a burst of nasal moans, instantly rang out. Outside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. The beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing were sweeping the fallen leaves when the sound of light footsteps approached them. Yun Li raised her head, only to see two unfamiliar women appear in front of her. There were very few strangers in the palace, so Yun Li had never seen these two before, but after a little thought she knew who they were. They should be the two girls her master had brought back a few days ago, one named Qiu Yimeng and the other named Luo Xiaoman. They had been placed under house arrest in Yingxiong Pavilion after sealing their Yuan Qi. Probably because of their good performance, they had been allowed to walk around the palace for the past few days. They should be related to the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion's young lord who was obsessed with cultivation. Thinking of this, Yun Li greeted them with a smile on her face and said, "You two are Miss Qiu and Miss Luo, right?" Qiu Yimeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that any of the women in Shanqing Luo's palace would be so beautiful. Nodding, she asked, "Ian, how should I address elder sister?" Yun Li chuckled, "Young lady Qiu is too polite, just call me Yun Li." The beautiful woman naturally knew that Qiu Yimeng's identity was extraordinary. Although she was now just a prisoner, she was still of noble birth, so how could she really call her elder sister and take advantage of her? Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yun Li smiled and said, "Are you two here to see young Master Yang?" "En. I heard from the people in the palace that he lives here, so I came all the way here to discuss something with him. I don't know if it's convenient for him right now." "Right now?" Yun Li glanced back at the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion and chuckled, "It should be fine, young Master Yang takes a break around this time every day. Rest." Qiu Yimeng was surprised, "Is he usually very busy?" "En, since young Master Yang arrived here, he has been cultivating all the time." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling bitterly. Although she and Luo Xiaoman were both diligent in their cultivation, they didn't spend all their time cultivating. Now that they heard that young Kai hadn't relaxed even after arriving here, they couldn't help admiring his perseverance. "Come with me, since you are young Master Yang's old friends, he should be willing to meet you." Yun Li chuckled, putting down the broom in her hand and saying a few words to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing before leading Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside. Looking around at the surrounding environment, Qiu Yimeng's expression became even more bitter while Luo Xiaoman angrily whispered in Qiu Yimeng's ear, "That smelly brat's living environment is so good, there are so many flowers and plants here, and the view is quite broad." On the contrary, the fragrance pavilion where the two of them lived, although it had the word fragrant in its name, didn't even have a single flower or plant. Its location was also quite remote and gloomy, almost like a prison cell. Compared to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion in front of them, it was on a completely different level. He even has a single loft and 3 maids to serve him. The more Luo Xiaoman spoke, the angrier she became. She and Qiu Yimeng were both under house arrest, so how could Yang Kai be treated so well? In terms of status, the two of them were much higher than him. Wow, there's even a bath. After entering Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Luo Xiaoman became more and more restless, staring at the huge bath enviously, pitifully saying, "Elder sister Qiu, I really want to take a bath here. After coming here, I haven't had a chance to take a bath, I'm itching to death." Hearing her say this, even Qiu Yimeng felt uncomfortable and couldn't help calling out softly, "Xiaoman, smelly brat." Luo Xiaoman muttered discontentedly. Yun Li, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and smiled, "Young Master Yang is actually a good person. I'm afraid the two of you have some kind of misunderstanding about him. I'll talk to him later, he should allow you to take a bath here." "I don't want to, what if he's too lecherous?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed. Yoon Lee smiled and said, "That won't happen, young Master Yang isn't interested in women." Saying so, her face blushed slightly. "Me, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing were sent by Master to serve young Master, but after so many days, young Master has been very polite to us and has never crossed the line, although he could have done so you don't have to worry." "Is he really that good?" Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so indifferent in the face of such beauty, instead spending all his time cultivating. This young man really did have some skill. At the very least, his perseverance and aptitude were quite good. If she could win him over to the Chiu family and provide him with cultivation resources, he would likely have great achievements in the future. Thinking about this, Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly. She didn't know when she would regain her freedom, so it was undoubtedly too early to think about such things. However, if she could really regain her freedom, she would strive to win him over to the Chiu family. Such a young man was rare. Chiu Yimeng secretly made up her mind. As the group chatted, they soon arrived at the second floor. Yoon Lee whispered, "Young Master Yang is inside, please wait a moment while I inform him." "Thank you for your trouble." Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Chapter 324. Yoon Lee smiled faintly and stepped forward, reaching out her jade white hand, but just as she was about to knock on the door, there was a sudden movement inside. This movement was strange, and the sound was not soft either. It seemed like a man was roaring, and a woman was sobbing. However, the man's voice was clear, and the woman's voice was not clear, as if her mouth was blocked by something. When the sound reached the ears of the three women outside, all of them were stunned. But soon, the beautiful woman Yoon Lee's white neck turned pink. Her raised hand trembled slightly, and her eyes became misty. She withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Biting her red lips, she stood there, not knowing what to do. Chiu Yimeng also froze for a moment, but immediately seemed to remember something, her face suddenly turning red as she ground her teeth and cursed, "Bastard." Luo Xiaoman blinked her big eyes and listened carefully, her beautiful brow wrinkling slightly as she asked, "Elder Sister Chiu, what's that sound?" "En." Chiu Yimeng was caught off guard by this question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Inside there's probably someone cultivating." Casually speaking, Chiu Yimeng blushed and couldn't continue. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Yoon Lee and whispered, "Cultivating? Why does it feel like we're in a fight?" Why are you blushing?" "Nothing." Chiu Yimeng lied through her teeth, feeling her face burn like it was on fire. At that moment, the movement inside suddenly became louder and more violent. The man's roar and the woman's muffled groan mixed together, converging into a violent shockwave that reached the ears of the three women. This sound seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing their legs to soften and their delicate bodies to flush red. "Ah!" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her face filled with shock. "Elder Sister Chiu. Did that bastard man?" "What?" Chiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, her heart a mess. "Did he kill the woman inside?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she softly pleaded, "Elder Sister Chiu, let's go, I feel so uncomfortable, what's wrong?" Chiu Yimeng was startled and quickly asked. Luo Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I need to go to the bathroom, let's go." En. Chiu Yimeng's face was so red it was almost bleeding. He also felt that this was not a good place to stay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Yoon Lee and leave, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Immediately after, an enchanting young woman appeared in front of the three of them. They all looked at each other with extremely red faces. The enchanting girl's hair was messy, and her clothes were untidy. It was almost snow white, but there was a dark red halo on it. It was holding a few pieces of clothing in its hands, and it had a panicked expression on its face. Looking down her tender white body, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman clearly saw 5 finger marks all over her body, especially on the 2 white bunnies on her chest. The deep 5 finger marks were clearly visible, as if they had been branded into her body, a shocking sight to behold. Between her slender and fair legs, a sparkling and translucent thread slid down her thighs. At the corner of her mouth, there was a trace of milky white liquid. Bai Luo was taken aback and stared blankly at the three women in front of her, grit her teeth, blushed, and rushed past them, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although she wasn't dressed properly, but since all the people in the palace were women, she didn't have anything to hide. On the other hand, in front of Yang Kai, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. After Bai Luo left, the three women were still immersed in a strange silence. After a while, Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and asked softly, "Elder sister Qiu, what did that girl eat?" Qiu Yimeng's face was also filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. What did she eat? Why didn't she wipe it clean? Yun Li slowly turned around, her voice trembling slightly, not daring to look at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, simply asking, "Two young ladies, do you still want to see young Master Yang?" Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Since they had already come here, they couldn't just turn around and go back. Yun Li nodded before standing at the door and calling out, "Young Master, young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo have come, they want to see you. Come in." Yun Li stared blankly for a moment before turning to Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and saying, "Two young ladies, please." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both straightened their faces and stepped inside. After they entered the room, Yun Li ran downstairs as if she was fleeing. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat boldly in an armchair inlaid with gold and jade, his robes neat and tidy, smiling as he looked at the two girls who walked in. Meeting his eyes, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene just now, her pretty face blushing slightly as she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Xiaoman followed behind Qiu Yimeng timidly, gritting her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't care and just stared at them. Being stared at by this unscrupulous gaze, Qiu Yimeng actually forgot what she had come here to do and stood there dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs again, and a moment later, Bai Luo returned in her fiery red robes. At this moment, she had already put on her robes, and although her cheeks were still flushed, she no longer had the previous embarrassment and had instead regained her usual enchanting appearance. Without any scruples about Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside the room, Bai Luo shouted to Yang Kai, "Hey you bastard, I'm warning you, I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a man, I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Today's matter, you don't owe me anything and I don't owe you anything, so don't bother this young lady in the future, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before nodding with a wry smile, "Understood." Bai Luo waved her small fists angrily and declared, "If you dare to harass me, this young lady will teach you a lesson." Seeing Bai Luo so disdainful of Yang Kai, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a sense of mutual hatred, smiling towards her, seemingly hoping that Bai Luo would scold Yang Kai a few more times to vent her anger. However, Bai Luo only said a few words before turning around and leaving. "Elder sister." Luo Xiaoman couldn't stand it anymore and quickly called out, "What's wrong?" Bai Luo looked at Luo Xiaoman with a smile. Bai Luo Xiaoman's eyes wandered between her two huge peaks. "You didn't wipe your mouth clean after eating, there's still." Luo Xiaoman reminded her with a smile, reaching out and touching the corner of her mouth. "Ah!" Bai Luo was stunned, reaching out and wiping her mouth, discovering that it really was the case. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, she then turned to Luo Xiaoman and said, "Thank you, I'll find you another day to play." Luo Xiaoman responded happily. Unexpectedly, the women in this palace are quite easy to talk to. Qiu Yimeng observed from the side. She felt like something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so she frowned and thought hard. However, nothing came to mind. Bai Luo left like a whirlwind. After being interrupted by Bai Luo, Qiu Yimeng's mood stabilized and she smiled towards Yang Kai. "I didn't see it. You seem to be living quite comfortably here, the environment is so good, and there are so many beautiful women to serve you, I'm sure you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, right?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at Qiu Yimeng, raising his brow. "First young lady Qiu didn't come to find me today to envy my life, right? If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. I don't like women playing games in front of me." Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. It's like this. I want you to help the two of us leave here." "Sure enough." Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do such a thing?" Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. "At the very least, your strength isn't sealed. If you don't try, how will you know?" Sighing faintly, she said, "You're different from me and Xiaoman and I have our Yuan Qi sealed, so we can't fight. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life?" Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Ian, you don't have to worry about food and clothing here, you have the beguiling demon queen as your backer, you don't have to worry about cultivation resources, and you have beautiful women to serve you. I'm afraid no man would be willing to leave here. Don't try to provoke me." Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think it'll work?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. Perceiving Yang Kai's stubbornness, she smiled bitterly. "Fine, I'll be frank. Tell me your conditions. What do you want me to do in order to help me and Xiaoman leave? Why do you think I can let you leave?" Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. This woman was too self-righteous. "Because your relationship with the beguiling demon queen is not ordinary. As long as you're willing to put in a few good words in front of her, Xiaoman and I aren't of much value to her, so what use is there for her to detain us here? My Cho family and Purple Fern Valley can use materials to make up for her losses." Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Qiu Yimeng hurriedly said, "You just need to pass on a message, Xiaoman and I really can't see her, otherwise we wouldn't have come to ask you for help." "I can't see her either." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How is that possible? She was so good to you before." Qiu Yimeng said with a look of distrust. "Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you, Shanqing Luo is not in Fragrant City right now. She seems to have gone to the Thunderbolt Beast King's territory with some of the city's masters." Yang Kai knew this news because when he was fighting with Liu that day, he had inadvertently overheard some of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters talking about it. Although he had fought with Liu that day, Yang Kai was still able to keep his eyes and ears open. "Ah!" Qiu Yimeng exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and eagerness as she hurriedly asked, "Since she's not here, why don't you leave? Do you really want to stay here for the rest of your life? Where can I go?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and disgust. "Go!" Qiu Yimeng was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right, where could he go? High Heaven Pavilion was probably empty right now. His sect elders, fellow brother, sister, senior sister, all of them were gone, so where could he go? It seemed he had nowhere to go. Yang Kai's words immediately made Qiu Yimeng realize his dilemma. What's more, what Qiu Yimeng didn't know was that Yang Kai still had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body. With this thing, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shanqing Luo would still be able to find him, so it was better to save his energy and stay here. Chapter 325. Do you want to come back to the Qiu family with me? Qiu Yimeng suddenly proposed seriously, her eyes filled with sincerity. This was definitely an opportunity. Qiu Yimeng could also see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was one of superficial unity, so if she could offer him effective conditions at this time, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the Qiu family to win him over. This time's imprisonment would also be worth it. Qiu Yimeng was a decisive woman and naturally knew what to do at this time. "Young lady Qiu, are you joking?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and sneered. "I'm serious." Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair behind her ear. "I can provide you with better treatment than here. You can have anything you want, cultivation resources, beautiful women to serve you, I have everything." "Elder sister Qiu," Luo Xiaoman whispered. She hadn't expected Qiu Yimeng to offer such generous conditions in order to win over Yang Kai. The Qiu family was one of the 8 great families of the central capital. Its influence was huge and its capital was strong. Many people in the world wanted to drill into it, but the Qiu family's eyes were also high. Ningqiu didn't want to rot, so they only accepted foreign elites or masters. But, even if they wanted to win over a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they didn't need to pay such a big price, right? Was this guy really so valuable? However, although Luo Xiaoman's mind wasn't as sharp as Qiu Yimeng's, she had been with Qiu Yimeng for a long time and knew she had a good eye for people. Since she dared to say so, This man in front of her might really be worth winning over. Thinking so, Luo Xiaoman no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even looking at him with a serious expression. What do you think? I'm very serious about this matter. Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly and continued to ask. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. He hadn't expected that this woman not only had great aptitude and strength, but also had a very decisive temperament. Based on her performance during this time, if this woman didn't die young, she would definitely become a great character in the future. Even if I told you before, if you want to marry a woman from my Qiu family, I can make the decision to agree. I happen to have a cousin who is quite beautiful. You can even take her as a concubine. Yang Kai looked at her playfully. Women can't tempt me. Qiu Yimeng giggled, her beautiful eyes watery. Then just now. That was just an accident. Kai Yang replied calmly, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. So, do you agree or not? Qiu Yimeng saw that Yang Kai was completely airtight and couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it were any other young man, he would have long prostrated himself on the ground and submitted to such conditions, but he had an indifferent expression on his face. She didn't even seem to be tempted. What appetite was this bastard's? No. I'm living quite well right now. Kai Yang didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he simply refused. Qiu Yimeng was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. You should think about it. You family, if you, families. She knew that she couldn't force this kind of man. She had to give him the freedom to choose, otherwise, not only would he fail, but it would also ruin things. In her heart, she was secretly annoyed with herself for being so eager. But seeing him act so carefree, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little angry, so she asked anxiously. Let's talk about another matter. Can you help me and Xiao Man pass a message to the beguiling demon queen? Let's talk about it after I see her. Yang Kai frowned and shrugged. As you can see, I'm also a prisoner now. However, my treatment is much better than yours. Qiu Yimeng smiled. In any case, I must thank you. If I can survive this disaster, after I return to the Qiu family, I will definitely restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring at her for a long time before he nodded slightly. Qiu Yimeng's words. Finally, she had won some goodwill from Yang Kai. Make yourself at home, Yang Kai said before closing his eyes and meditating. Qiu Yimeng watched for a while and found that this young man was really cultivating in front of her and Luo Xiaoman. She couldn't help smiling, knowing that he was sending them off. Not wanting to stay any longer, she pulled Luo Xiaoman and said, let's go. Oh, right. He hadn't left yet. Before they left, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, if you want to take a bath, let Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing prepare some warm water. The bath is on the first floor. I won't be leaving this room for a while. Qiu Yimeng's face reddened, realizing that the words she and Luo Xiaoman had said before they went upstairs had been heard by him. Thank you. I hope we won't be enemies in the future. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng said in a low voice. Going down to the first floor, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help asking softly, Elder Sister Qiu, do you really think so highly of that guy? Qiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she pondered for a moment before nodding. Of all the people I've fought, he is the most powerful. Moreover, after not seeing him for half a month, he seems to have become a lot stronger. Although his cultivation is lower than mine, in front of him, I always feel an invisible pressure. That may be because our Yuan Qi has been sealed. If we really restore our strength, we won't necessarily be afraid of him. No. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I believe in my intuition. I'm afraid even the Liu family's Liu Qing Yarrow is no match for him. Even the first young lords of the 8 great families can't compare to him? Luo Xiaoman's eyes filled with surprise. It's the 7 great families. The Yang family's young lords are all outside, so they don't count. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly, thinking about the way the Yang family cultivated their direct descendants. She couldn't help feeling a bit disdainful. Thinking about it, she suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai's surname was also Yang. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Although she didn't recognize any of the Yang family's young lords, they couldn't possibly be his age. Only the youngest young lord of the Yang family was similar in age to Yang Kai, but it was said that this young lord was congenitally deficient and unsuitable for cultivation. However, this person's ruthlessness and domineering attitude was exactly the same as the Yang family's. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background. If his background was big, haha. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly and shook her head. When she was in the central capital, she had always been arrogant, and few of the young lords could enter her eyes, but now that she had come out for a stroll, she had encountered such a character. While talking, Qiu Yimeng went outside to find Yun Li and asked her to prepare some hot water for her, then went to the bathtub on the first floor to take a bath. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai really had been cultivating on the second floor and hadn't come out. Since that day, after venting all of his accumulated frustrations on Bai Luo's cherry lips, Yang Kai's temperament had become completely indifferent. On the road of cultivation, there was a balance between relaxation and relaxation. That moment of relaxation seemed to have completely eliminated all of Yang Kai's exhaustion over the past year, and his whole person seemed to have been refreshed from the inside out. Yang Kai faintly felt that his state of mind had improved somewhat. With the improvement of his state of mind and the relaxation of his body and mind, Yang Kai's cultivation speed had also become much faster. Although he didn't have any pills to supplement his spiritual energy, Yang Kai still didn't stop comprehending the true alchemic way. Each time he did so, Yang Kai would exhaust his spiritual energy and wait for a few hours, allowing his soul to slowly recover. During this time, he would circulate his true Yang secret art, not relaxing for even a moment. During this time, the unyielding golden skeleton and incense burner finally played a role. These two things had been sealed away for a long time, and Yang Kai hadn't used them in a long time. However, as long as there was an opportunity, Yang Kai would remember to use them. 3 days later, Shanqing Luo returned to Fragrant City. The first thing he did was to go to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. After not seeing her for a few days, this dragon lady seemed to have become more enchanting and charming, her whole body constantly exuding a seductive charm. Her delicate body was like a weak willow branch swaying in the wind, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow, but in fact, it contained a great deal of strength. This was one of the world's top masters, no one could underestimate her. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai and smiled, "Little bastard, you've been quite obedient these past few days." Yang Kai put on a cold smile and coldly snorted, "I know my place." "Good, don't be angry," Shanqing Luo said in a soft and charming voice. "Didn't I leave a few women to serve you? How come I heard Yun Li say you haven't eaten any of them? I didn't think you'd be so serious." Shanqing Luo looked at him strangely. Yang Kai felt a bit guilty. Shanqing Luo giggled and leaned forward, whispering softly, "Bai Luo's skills aren't bad." "Not bad." Yang Kai blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Dragon lady, why did you leave me here?" "I didn't want to do anything." Shanqing Luo's tender body twirled, and in a flash of light, she sat down on the fragrant bed and smiled towards Yang Kai. "Are you bored staying here? What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Shanqing Luo asked, "Then why don't you go out for a walk?" "Where can I go?" "You can go wherever you want. No one is stopping you." Kai Yang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly reacted, looking at her in surprise. "You mean, I can leave here?" "Of course, when did I say you can't leave here?" "Hee. You woman." Yang Kai's stomach was filled with annoyance. "Good, don't be angry." Shanqing Luo's expression became serious as she said, "I came back this time to tell you that you can leave this place. If you want a man, you can't just lock him up, this is something I understand. You can keep my body here, but you can't keep my heart." Yang Kai nodded, eagerly suggesting, "Then the soul-chasing seal, keep it for now, otherwise I won't be able to find you." Shanqing Luo pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat sad. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force her. Although Shanqing Luo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel too happy, at least not as excited as he had imagined. Probably because he knew that this dragon lady didn't have the slightest malicious intent towards him, so although she had trapped him here these past few days, he didn't feel much resentment. Moreover, by borrowing her name, Yang Kai had also obtained a lot of benefits, so he didn't suffer any losses. If he hadn't entered Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea and seen a lot of her inner thoughts, Yang Kai would have already shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Chapter 326. Right, how are you going to deal with Qiu Yimeng? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Luo Xiaoman doesn't matter. Although Purple Fern Valley's influence isn't small, compared to yours, Qiu Yimeng is a member of the Qiu family. I know how to deal with them. Shan Qing Luo chuckled, but I can't let them go yet. I'm going to take them to the battlefield tomorrow. Battlefield? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yen, the world's great forces are besieging the ash-grey cloud evil land and have been fighting for a long time now. Shan Qing Luo smiled at Yang Kai. Why are you taking them to the battlefield? Naturally, I have my own purpose. Do you want to come with me? No need. Yang Kai stretched his body and chuckled. It's rare for me to be free. I won't follow you and continue to be manipulated by you. You're really cruel, a fickle man. I've always treated you with such sincerity. Shan Qing Luo glared at him with resentment. Enough. Wrinkling his brow, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, I have something to ask you. What kind of place is the evil cavern? Shan Qing Luo stared at him in surprise. Where did you hear that? When I was fighting with Le Yu that day, I heard someone mention it. They said that the martial skill Le Yu used was something he learned from the evil cavern. Shan Qing Luo nodded lightly, not asking about the grievances between Yang Kai and Le Yu. With her shrewdness, how could she not guess that Bai Luo had played a role in this? She simply said, the evil cavern is a very strange place, filled with evil qi. It can be considered a dangerous place. Le Yu's demonic purple qi body is also a good martial skill, but he can't fully display it. So the power he can display is greatly reduced. Why, do you want to go and see it? That's a bit of an idea. Yang Kai didn't deny it. That day when he was refining the demonic purple qi, his unyielding golden skeleton had faintly stirred, which made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the evil cavern. If possible, he might be able to pry into the secrets of the unyielding golden skeleton. Right now, the world was in chaos, and smoke was everywhere. Yang Kai admitted that his strength was too low, so he couldn't get involved. He might as well find a place to train himself and make plans after he grew up. Go there. Shan Qing Luo furrowed her beautiful brows. She was a little worried, but she quickly relaxed. That's fine. You seem to be cultivating an evil technique. You might really gain something if you go there. However, the evil cavern was located in the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. That place isn't as safe as Fragrant City. There may be enemies everywhere. If that's the case, I'll have Bai Luo send you there tomorrow. She knows the way so you don't have to find it yourself. All right. The next day. At dawn, Bai Luo ran over. Since that passionate day, this enchanting girl had not appeared in front of Yang Kai again. Now that she saw him again, she couldn't help blushing slightly, but she still glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Curling her lips, she said, Master asked me to take you to the evil cavern. You bastard, even if you want to die, you shouldn't go there. If you just said so, this young lady could have dealt with you, yet you still made me go there. It's really annoying. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Do you have anything you want to pack? If not, we can set off now. That place isn't close to Fragrant City. It'll take a few days to get there and back. No, let's go. The two of them left the palace. Coincidentally, they met Shan Qing Luo, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman outside. It seemed like they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out. The three of them glanced at each other, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both wearing miserable expressions, seemingly hoping that Yang Kai would say a few more words to resolve their current predicament. Frowning, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. Since Shan Qing Luo didn't intend to take their lives, she must have other plans, so there was no point in trying to persuade her. I'll take you along the way for a while, then we'll part ways half a day later to help you save some strength. Shan Qing Luo chuckled, waving her hand, and a soft chi wrapped everyone up before flying directly out of Fragrant City. This simple action caused Yang Kai's brow to twitch. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's hearts also sank, knowing that escaping from the hands of the beguiling demon queen was nothing more than a pipe dream. The group moved extremely quickly, crossing a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As they flew, Shanqing Luo whispered to Yang Kai, "The evil cavern is in the territory of the profound Yin Ghost King, and with my evil king's token, no one should dare to provoke you, but you and Bai Luo shouldn't cause any trouble when you arrive there. The people there aren't as easy to deal with as they are in Fragrance City. Bai Luo will take you to that place and then come back." Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are many evil spirits inside the evil cavern, and although there are many people who obtain benefits from it every year, many more die inside. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the evil spirits will become. You won't be able to deal with them. What are evil spirits? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Evil spirits are the demonic qi and demonic qi inside the evil cavern. They are very difficult to deal with. They don't have sentience, but they are very aggressive. As long as it's a living thing, they will attack. In addition to comprehending martial skills, what other benefits are there? Yang Kai asked. It was rare for Shanqing Luo to know so much about the evil cavern, so naturally he had to inquire about it first. In addition to comprehending martial skills, there is also the ability to increase one's strength. After those evil spirits are defeated, they will leave behind an evil spirit essence, which is a mass of energy. If one can absorb and refine it, they can increase one's strength. Therefore, there are many people who enter the evil cavern at all times in the hopes of becoming stronger. Not only are there cultivators from the ash-grey cloud evil land, but there are also people from the outside who disguise themselves and sneak in. There are all kinds of people. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. However, there are also some evil spirit essences that contain some special things, such as a variety of strange martial skills. Le Yu's demonic purple chi body was comprehended in such a way, but these martial skills are quite sinister. Another example is the evil spirit essence that can increase one's spiritual energy. Some people have obtained such a thing and their spiritual energy has greatly increased. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. During this time, he had been thinking about increasing his spiritual energy like crazy. There are many good things, but you also need to have the ability to earn them. Shanqing Luo smiled. The world is really mysterious. Such a thing actually exists. Yang Kai said in amazement. The last time he had gone to Nether Mountain for life experience was also the same, but he didn't know how it had formed. I heard my mother say that the evil cavern is connected to another place. Shanqing Luo finished speaking and also chuckled lightly. Obviously, she didn't take this matter seriously. What place? The demon world. The group of people all looked surprised. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. It might be true, otherwise there would be no other explanation for why there are so many evil spirits there that they can't be killed. You're joking. Yang Kai sneered. Ha ha. My mother also heard it from her mother. Shanqing Luo giggled. Yang Kai, you want to go to the evil cavern for life experience? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded. Can you take us with you? I also want to go. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Shanqing Luo glanced at her meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. I can help him. The more people there are, the better. After all, my strength isn't too low. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Shanqing Luo softly comforted. I'm taking you to the battlefield just so you can see how those who came to attack the ash-grey cloud evil land treat the people here. Qiu Yimeng was slightly surprised. She somewhat understood Shanqing Luo's intentions. In fact, good and evil are not as clear-cut as you think. This world is not just black and white. Shanqing Luo's always soft and seductive voice was now slightly low. Half a day later, the group parted ways. Shanqing Luo took Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away while Yang Kai and Bai Luo flew towards the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. The profound Yin Ghost King. Among the 6 great evil kings, the Ghost King was ranked near the top and was extremely difficult to deal with. The Ghost King had once coveted the beauty of the previous generation's beguiling demon queen and had even secretly launched a sneak attack on her. However, in order to save the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, the relationship between him and Shanqing Luo was not very good. As a result, the relationship between the two territories had become somewhat turbulent. Therefore, even if Bai Luo had Shanqing Luo's Demon King token, she didn't dare show it casually. She didn't want to attract the attention of the Ghost King's cultivator. The two of them cautiously made their way towards the evil cavern without any hindrance, not encountering any trouble. Occasionally, they would come across a cultivator, but both of them would vigilantly observe each other, not daring to act rashly. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at a spot about 3 kilometers from the evil cavern. Here they were. Bai Luo stopped and pointed to the front. "The place you want to go is over there." Yang Kai looked up and glanced over. He didn't find anything strange. There was no trace of demonic qi as he had imagined. "Hey, you bastard, you better be careful when you enter, don't die." Bai Luo angrily snorted. Yang Kai turned to look at her and suddenly chuckled. "Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me." "Nonsense." Bai Luo cursed. "You think this old lady will fall for you? This old lady would rather be a dog shit than fall for you. Don't bother with me, I'll tell you right now, last time we don't owe each other anything. If you dare to go out and say anything, I'll castrate you." Just as Bai Luo was cursing him, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up, grabbed her waist, and kissed her fiercely. "Woo woo." Bai Luo struggled fiercely and fiercely tried to resist. Suddenly, Kai Yang let go of her and laughed heartily before quickly leaving. "Bastard." Bai Luo pursed her red lips, feeling as if she had bitten them so hard they were bleeding, a bitter taste spreading from the tip of her tongue. "Damn, I'll never touch a man again," Bai Luo thought to herself. Waiting until Yang Kai disappeared from her field of vision, Bai Luo coldly snorted and turned around to leave. 3 kilometers away, Yang Kai found a deep black pit in the ground. Standing next to it, a cold wind blew up from below, causing not only his body to shiver, but also his divine sense to feel extremely cold. Worthy of being called a danger zone, it was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai secretly pondered. Circulating his true Yang secret art slightly, dispelling the cold feeling, Yang Kai leapt into the air and quickly descended. Chapter 327. The cave seemed to be extremely deep. Yang Kai couldn't reach the bottom even after falling for a long time. After a while, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting coming from below, and a series of flickering lights flashed in front of his eyes, indicating that someone was releasing their martial skills. Yang Kai became even more vigilant, knowing that Shanqing Luo's words were not false. Although this evil cavern was extremely dangerous, there were still people training inside at all times. Yang Kai had only just entered, yet he had already encountered people. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were. The evil cavern's various wonders were enough to attract people to come here. This was also because the world was in chaos right now, so many people were fighting outside. If it were normal times, there would likely be even more people here. When there were many people, there would be disputes, fights, and bloodshed. This was a principle that had existed since ancient times. After a while, the sounds of fighting and the flashes of light became clear. Yang Kai listened carefully and determined that there should be 4 people on the other side. Their strength wasn't very high, probably all Yuan Qi cultivators. As he fell, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. A series of extremely evil energies spread throughout the range of his divine sense. These energies were either strong or weak, giving off a very uncomfortable feeling. These should be the so-called evil spirits. There were also some auras of cultivators, but they were very scattered, each one minding their own business. Although he didn't perceive any danger for the time being, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense. Releasing one's divine sense was a very dangerous thing. If one encountered an attack that could harm one's divine sense, they could be injured. Therefore, even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, they wouldn't constantly release their divine sense, only occasionally using their divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. After half a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Not far in front of him, there were 4 people fighting fiercely, using all kinds of martial skills. This group of people cooperated closely, one retreating, one advancing, one returning. Advancing and retreating, there wasn't the slightest panic. What they were fighting were a few oily green things. These things looked like humans, and there were blurry and ferocious facial features on their faces. However, their bodies were illusory and corporeal at the same time, ethereal and illusory. Amidst their ferocious roars, bursts of ghostly wails and howls could be heard. Although they weren't very strong, however, it was extremely difficult to kill. This should be the evil spirit. It was indeed a little strange. Yang Kai had suddenly appeared behind them, but none of them had noticed him. They were probably too focused on the battle in front of them. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai deliberately made some noise. The 4 of them were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look back. The next moment, a person silently jumped out of the battle circle. He faced Yang Kai warily. Yang Kai was expressionless and didn't show any hostility. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the battle to end. That person observed for a while and also noticed this. He couldn't help but smile at Yang Kai as a gesture of goodwill. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not paying any attention to him. He just quietly observed the environment of the evil cavern. There seemed to be a completely different world underground. The entire underground was hollow, and there were only a few stone pillars that stood tall from time to time. The inside of the evil cavern was a barren wasteland, without a single trace of life. It was hard not to feel depressed, and the environment was quite complicated as well. The roots were intertwined. Although this place was deep underground, it was not dark. Everywhere there was a kind of sparkling light, like fireflies, but also like will-o'-the-wisps. The entire ash-grey cloud evil land was like an azure purgatory, and even the people inside were affected. It also looked ferocious and terrifying. After observing for a while, Yang Kai began to plan. If the old demon was here at this moment, these green evil spirits would undoubtedly be a great source of nourishment for him. Unfortunately, he was probably still at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, absorbing the demon chi here. Of the several cultivator in front of him, although one of them was on guard against Yang Kai, and one less companion, the remaining 3 didn't dare to hold back. Using all kinds of fierce martial skills, they quickly killed the few green evil spirits. Accompanied by a burst of sharp howls, the green evil spirits' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared into thin air. All that was left were a few lumps of something that looked very clear, but still contained a bit of evil energy, floating in the air. Evil spirit essence. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. All the cultivators who came to the evil cavern were here for this evil spirit essence. Absorbing and refining it would allow them to obtain all kinds of benefits. However, these green evil spirit essences looked a bit weak and didn't contain much rich energy. Discovering this, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. The several cultivators all looked at Yang Kai and were very satisfied with his calm performance. One of them, who looked relatively calm, turned to another woman and said, "Sister Rong, put these things away." En. The woman nodded and then pulled out a small bottle from the cloth bag at her waist. Pointing the bottle at the green evil spirit essences, she gently circulated her yuan qi. ********. The bottle wasn't too big, so it contained all the evil spirit essences. The girl smiled and shook the bottle, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at it, a very satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he curiously observed all this. The man who had just spoken seemed to notice this and couldn't help smiling heartily before cupping his fists towards Yang Kai. "This one is called Dao Yang. May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang." Dao Yang chuckled and raised his straight eyebrows, bluntly saying, looking at Brother Yang's appearance, "It seems you don't know much about this place." En. Yang Kai nodded. Shanqing Luo had only told him about the dangers and opportunities inside the evil cavern, but she hadn't said anything about this bottle that could collect evil spirit essences, so he was quite concerned about this. "First time here? First time. No wonder." Dao Yang seemed to be a bit friendly, at least he didn't show any malicious intent, nor did he rely on his superior numbers to bully others. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine the cultivator of the ash-grey cloud evil land. The world's prejudices against the ash-grey cloud evil land were too great, so they thought that anyone who lived here was not a good person. Didn't they know that bad people and good people coexisted everywhere? While Yang Kai and Dao Yang were talking, the other three people around him were also looking at Yang Kai with great interest, seemingly thinking that this person was a bit stupid and ridiculous. He didn't know anything yet still dared to rush into the evil cavern alone. He really didn't know how to write the word death. What is this bottle? Yang Kai pointed to the bottle in the girl's hand and asked. Since Dao Yang didn't have any malicious intent, naturally he could inquire about it. This. Dao Yang took the bottle from the girl's hand and shook it in front of Yang Kai. Inside the bottle was a dense green light that seemed to flow like a stream of water. This is a purifying spirit bottle, an artifact specially refined for the cultivator who comes here for life experience. What's its use? Seeing that he really didn't know anything, Dao Yang couldn't help smiling bitterly, rubbing his forehead and patiently explaining, Brother Yang, you know that after an evil spirit is killed, it will leave behind a spirit essence, right? This spirit essence contains a variety of mysteries. After it is absorbed and refined, one can obtain many benefits. But, this spirit essence is not something that can be casually absorbed. It contains a lot of yin and evil qi. This requires a cultivator to refine it, and the stronger the evil spirit, the richer the yin and evil qi it leaves behind after its death. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also perceive the yin and evil qi contained in the evil spirit essence. It was pure and vicious energy that no one could accept. If one absorbed too much of it, they would only lose their mind. Refining it will take some time. Inside this evil cavern, there are dangers everywhere. You can't just absorb and refine an evil spirit's essence every time you kill one. That would be too dangerous and too stupid of a person to do such a thing. Dao Yang chuckled. The purifying spirit bottle comes into play. It can store an evil spirit's essence inside. Once you find the right opportunity and a safe place, you can take out the spirit essence and use it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized, he hadn't expected there to be so many secrets behind this evil cavern. Since he had come here alone, it seemed he would have to be more careful. Moreover, the purifying spirit bottle has the effect of purifying yin and evil qi. The longer it is kept inside, the easier it will be for us to refine the spirit essence. However, doing so will damage the purifying spirit bottle, so it's best not to keep it for too long. Try to find an opportunity to refine it as soon as possible. It can also increase your strength, haha. Thank you for the advice. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang is too polite. Dao Yang smiled faintly. Saying so, he frowned slightly. His expression seemed to be struggling and hesitating, but soon he turned to the woman and said, Junior sister, give me another bottle. Hearing this, the woman took out another bottle and handed it to Dao Yang. Dao Yang threw it to Yang Kai and said with a smile, Brother Yang, it's best if you also bring one, otherwise it will be very troublesome for you to be alone. Brother. Seeing him so generous, directly giving away a purifying spirit bottle to a stranger, the other three couldn't help calling out. A purifying spirit bottle, although it wasn't a high-end artifact, was still quite troublesome to refine, so they had only brought 3 with them this time. How could they just give one away? Everyone is here to gain experience, so we should help each other and help each other. Dao Yang quietly glared at the other 3 and motioned for them to shut up. Yang Kai reached out and took the purifying spirit bottle, his brow wrinkling slightly. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without pains. Although he didn't have any malicious intent towards Dao Yang's group when he came down, they were just strangers who had met by chance, so for them to be so generous made Yang Kai feel somewhat surprised. This made him suspicious, wondering if the other party had something to ask him for help with. But they didn't know him, so why would they ask for his help? Wanting to return the bottle, Yang Kai restrained himself. When others gave him something, it wouldn't be good to just return it like this. It might give them the feeling of being snubbed, and if things went south, they might even turn on him. What should he give them in exchange? Yang Kai hesitated. Sweeping the black book space with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that in addition to the myriad drug liquid, spirit milk, and spirit ointment, there was also the yin-yang monster ginseng. In addition, there were the artifacts from the Endless Sea Island's great sects, as well as the Azura sword and thousand-blossoming blood begonia. These were all things he couldn't give away. In addition to this, there were some pills. Some of these pills were prepared for him by Ling Tai Shu and hadn't been used up at that time. There were also 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills that he had taken out from Shanqing Luo's treasure house. Chapter 328. After investigating for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was actually quite poor. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give them a bottle of heaven-grade pills. A bottle of heaven-grade pills was not cheap, and since he had taken them from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, each bottle was worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 silvers. It should be enough to offset a purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense wandered around the black book space. Although it was only for a moment, in the eyes of the others, he seemed to be in a daze. The other 3 didn't mind that Dao Yang had given Yang Kai a purifying spirit bottle, but because he was their brother, they had endured it. However, they still felt that their brother was being too generous and somewhat reckless. They had only met for the first time, so even if they wanted to make friends with him, there was no need to do this, right? At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually put on an indifferent expression, they couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The girl named Rong Mai seemed to be a straightforward person and immediately coldly snorted, "When others give you something, can't you even say thank you? You're not a mute." The other 2 also stared at him coldly, as if they had just suffered a big loss. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking up at them and lightly saying, "Sorry, I was thinking about something and lost myself." "Are you done thinking?" The girl named Rong Mai didn't give up, as if she wanted to hear Yang Kai say thank you before she would give up. Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a bottle to Dao Yang. He then cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew off like a bolt of lightning. "Hey!" Rong Mai chased after him a few steps, but when she found that Yang Kai had disappeared, she suddenly became annoyed and stamped her foot. "This person, you, ha." Dao Yang looked at his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters. Helplessly shaking his head and sighing, although he didn't scold them, the disappointment on his face was obvious. "Brother." A thin junior brother looked at him suspiciously. "Is he worth being so friendly with?" "That's right. He doesn't look like a powerful figure, and his clothes are even more ordinary. Why would you give him a purifying spirit bottle for free?" Rong Mai's eyes were filled with confusion. She muttered softly, "What an annoying person. He didn't even say thank you. Why would he say that? He didn't take the purifying spirit bottle for nothing." Dao Yang finally glared at them. He handed the bottle that Yang Kai had just thrown to Rong Mai and said lightly, "See for yourself." "What?" Rong Mai took it in dissatisfaction and pouted her small mouth. "Isn't it just a bottle of medicinal pills? How can it compare to the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" While complaining, she casually opened the bottle and took a whiff. Her beautiful face suddenly changed color as she looked at Dao Yang in shock. A trace of helplessness flashed in Dao Yang's eyes. "It can't be." Rong Mai looked surprised. As if she could not believe it, her small hand trembled as she poured out a pill from the bottle. She placed it on her palm and carefully observed it. The other 2 also came over and sniffed the rich pill fragrance. Looking at the round and plump pill, they all exclaimed, "A heaven-grade pill?" "Look carefully." Dao Yang's eyesight was obviously better than the 3 of them, so he was able to see the quality of this pill at a glance. Could it be a heaven-grade high-rank pill? This time the 3 of them not only did not complain, but instead showed a look of joy. "A heaven-grade high-rank yuan qi pill." Dao Yang smiled bitterly. "Tell me, can it offset the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mai's face turned red. Bayan nodded, "En." These people had entered the evil cavern to gain experience, so naturally they would bring some medicinal pills with them. However, the highest grade of medicinal pills they had brought was only a heaven-grade low-rank yuan qi pill. Compared to the bottle that Yang Kai had casually thrown out, it was only 2 small grades lower. The value of the pills was also very different. Moreover, sometimes, the value of a good bottle of medicinal pills could not be measured by money. It could save lives at a critical moment. What kind of background does that guy have? Why is he so generous? The thin junior brother asked with an inexplicable look of shock. Speaking of which, it was very interesting. This was the first time that his brother and that person had met, but one was more generous than the other, as if they were competing. Give a peach and return a plum, that's it. Dao Yang smacked his lips, looking at the three of them with disappointment. No matter what kind of background he has, brother, I wanted to befriend him, but it was ruined by the three of you. The three of them couldn't help feeling a little guilty, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Rong Mai curiously asked, brother, how do you know that he is a person worth befriending? There are all kinds of people who come here. What if he's an evil person? Dao Yang smiled. If he was a treacherous person, he wouldn't have deliberately made a noise to let us notice him. The three of them suddenly understood. They had thought that Yang Kai had accidentally made a noise when he landed, but they never expected that he had deliberately made a noise to alert them. He probably didn't want to misunderstand, so he did this. It seemed that he wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, and his nature wasn't bad. Moreover, Dao Yang's eyes seemed to flash with lightning, and he was very shrewd, although his words and behavior revealed that he didn't know much about this place. Since he dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. This person is undoubtedly very strong. It can't be, he is younger than us. Rong Mai obviously didn't believe it. Age doesn't mean everything. Didn't you see that when he was facing the four of us alone, he wasn't nervous at all? He didn't care about us at all. What does this mean? It means that he is not afraid of us, and may even have the strength to kill us. This is why I want to befriend him. How is that possible? The three of them exclaimed again and again, shaking their heads, I don't believe it. Dao Yang looked at them helplessly. Don't be so short-sighted, okay? There are many geniuses in this world, and there are many powerful people everywhere. You have to look at the long term. Rong Mai chuckled, but even if brother says so, I still don't believe it. There are definitely geniuses, but at his age, if he can kill the four of us, he is not a genius, but a monster. The other two nodded, looking like they had said what was on the bottom of their hearts. Sigh. Dao Yang only felt that he had wasted a lot of words, but still couldn't broaden the horizons of his three junior sisters and junior brother. He sighed, you guys. Remember one thing, in this world, you can be weak, but you can't be discerning. But you can't be so blind. You have to see clearly who you can't offend and who you can make friends with. If you can do it, you can live a long life. Okay, I know brother is going to talk about platitudes again. Let's go in, that person is one step ahead of us. Rong Mai walked forward and dragged Dao Yang. Let's go faster, maybe we can meet him again. At that time, we can see whether he is really strong or not. It's useless for you to say more now. That's right. Dao Yang's eyes brightened, and he also quickened his pace. He also wanted to know. What was the reason Yang Kai dared to enter this place alone? A few miles away. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the green evil spirit floating not far in front of him. It was like a ghost. After carefully observing it, he found that the evil spirit was indeed only a half entity. It had no limbs. It only had vague facial features, but it was terrifying and looked ferocious. After looking at it for a moment, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits didn't have intelligence, but they were very sensitive to the aura of life. As long as there was a living thing within a certain range, they would be hunted down. If they couldn't be defeated, they would definitely not be able to escape. Yang Kai was only a few dozen feet away when he was discovered by the evil spirit. With a howl, the evil spirit floated towards Yang Kai like catkins. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Yang Kai waved his palm at the evil spirit, and the hot wind from his palm directly hit the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit was suddenly beaten into a state of disarray, and where the true Yang Yuan Qi had penetrated, it was as if it was on fire, burning fiercely. Although the true Yang Yuan Qi was quickly offset by the evil spirit's evil energy, this palm seemed to have caused it to suffer a great loss, and its entire green body dimmed a lot. The body that was charging forward suddenly paused, and the wailing and howling stopped abruptly. Immediately, the evil spirit suddenly turned around and fled in panic. Yang Kai was stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after it. Who would have thought that although the evil spirit didn't have a physical body, its speed of escape was quite fast? Yang Kai chased it for a long time before finally catching it. After 3 to 5 moves, he defeated it, leaving behind only a mass of evil spirit essence. The degree of ease was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Before, when he saw Dao Yang's group of 4 dealing with those evil spirits, Yang Kai had thought he would be the same. Standing in place, frowning for a long time, Yang Kai still felt that this phenomenon was not normal. It was said that evil spirits would fight to the death when they encountered a living being, so why did it run away after just 1 move? Moreover, it only took a few moves to kill an evil spirit. Could it be that the true Yang Yuan Qi restrained it? After thinking about it for a while, this was the only reason that made sense. The true Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of evil spirits, and Yang Kai had relied on it to suppress the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became quite excited. Inside this evil cavern, he undoubtedly had a great advantage over the others. If he didn't take advantage of this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Taking out the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai imitated Rong Mai's actions, slightly circulating his Yuan Qi and pouring it into this artifact. In an instant, a suction force emerged from the purifying spirit bottle and sucked in the evil spirit essence. Very interesting, Yang Kai chuckled to himself. Putting away the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai continued on his way. There didn't seem to be many traces of cultivator activity nearby, only a small number of people. As Yang Kai walked, he killed all the evil spirits he saw, not letting go of a single one. After suffering the first time, Yang Kai became more decisive, not giving any evil spirits a chance to escape, directly crushing them with brute force. In less than half a day, the purifying spirit bottle had been filled with 20 masses of evil spirit essence, a rich harvest. However, Yang Kai could also feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit essences was not very strong, so even if he absorbed them, the increase in strength would not be much. Chapter 329. More than a dozen miles behind Yang Kai, Dao Yang and the others had been carefully walking, but after walking for so long, they still hadn't found a single evil spirit, so they couldn't help but feel strange. Why is it so peaceful here? Sister Rong frowned and muttered. Dao Yang looked surprised, his face faintly showing some horror as he quickly said, "I'm afraid that the evil spirits along the way have already been cleaned up." Who would bother to clean up the outermost evil spirits? Sister Rong chuckled, suddenly seeming to think of something. She turned to look at Dao Yang and said, "Brother, you mean An? Others wouldn't bother to come back, but from the outside to the inside, they would have to clean up." Dao Yang's eyes shone as he looked ahead. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. This person is not only strong, but his secret art and martial skills seem to be very effective in restraining the evil spirits here. Otherwise, even if he is strong, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. The other 3 were shocked, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Yang Kai held the purifying spirit bottle in his hand, facing the mass of evil spirit essence in front of him, but after trying for a while, he still couldn't absorb it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. After carefully looking at it for a long time, he suddenly recovered. The purifying spirit bottle seemed to have a limited capacity, so it was impossible to absorb the evil spirit essence indefinitely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He directly reached out and sucked the evil spirit essence into his palm, guiding it through his meridians a few times. Under the burning of the pure true Yang Yuan Qi, the mass of evil spirit essence was quickly purified and turned into a stream of energy that poured into the unyielding golden skeleton. It was much simpler than he had imagined. After swallowing such a stream of energy, the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if it was extremely hungry for this kind of energy and was unsatisfied. Sure enough, the energy here was very much to the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai couldn't help but look happy. The last time he refined Le Yu's purple demon fire, he also felt a little bit like this. Yang Kai had already guessed that this place was the blessed land of the unyielding golden skeleton, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Anyway, refining the evil spirit essence was quite easy. Yang Kai simply absorbed all 20 essences from the purifying spirit bottle into his meridians. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completely refined. The unyielding golden skeleton gave off an even more pleasurable feeling, and even Yang Kai felt his body and mind relax. The only thing that was a little disappointing was this energy only increased Yang Kai's strength and didn't allow him to comprehend anything else, not even the power of his spiritual sense. Grinning, Yang Kai was also quite satisfied. After all, it was said that inside the evil cavern, special evil spirit essences were relatively rare, and whether one could find one depended on one's luck. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, his mind suddenly stirred and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He couldn't help but have an extremely strange expression. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then hurried in that direction. Half an hour later, the sound of fighting reached their ears. There were flashing lights of various colors and martial skills. Looking in the direction of the light, Yang Kai saw many people gathered together. These people were both men and women, but none of them were very old. Under the leadership of a young girl, they were fighting several evil spirits. The martial skills displayed by these people were quite sinister. Everyone's hands were pale white, like ghost claws, exuding bursts of cold air. From time to time, some people would use martial skills in the form of ghost faces. They let out ferocious howls as they entangled with the evil spirits. These ghost-faced martial techniques were somewhat similar to the evil spirits to a certain extent. They all had indistinct facial features and were extremely frightening. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that the evil spirits they were facing were somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. The evil spirits he had encountered before. They were all green in color, but the ones in front of them were. However, it was dark red like fresh blood, which made people's hair stand on end. Moreover, these red evil spirits were undoubtedly much stronger than the green ones. Even their illusory bodies were much more solid. Therefore, even though this group of people had more people than Dao Yang's group, they couldn't win in a short time. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, letting out sharp howls from time to time. In the howls, they seemed to have resonated and acted in unison. If they failed to hit, they would immediately retreat. They were much more troublesome than the green evil spirits. However, on the scene, this group of cultivators had the upper hand. After a while, the bodies of the red evil spirits gradually dimmed. After one of them was defeated, the scales of victory immediately tilted towards the cultivators. The ghostly face martial skills were also released by them again and again, attacking the red evil spirit as easily as crushing dry weeds. Somehow, one of the red evil spirits bypassed the crowd and directly pounced on Yang Kai before it died. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't dodge. He wanted to test the red evil spirit's combat strength. He stretched out a hand, Yuan Qi surging in his palm, and met it head-on. With a palm strike, the red evil spirit collapsed in the sky, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit origin floating in front of Yang Kai. This mass of evil spirit origin was clearly much better than the one Yang Kai had before. Yang Kai didn't want to touch this mass of evil spirit origin, but it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite had been stimulated by the energy just now. At this moment, it actively produced a suction force and directly sucked this mass of evil spirit origin into its body. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel stunned and helpless. Over there, the group of cultivator were a little shocked when they saw Yang Kai destroy the evil spirit in one move, but now that they saw him take away the evil spirit origin without any hesitation, their faces sank, and their expressions suddenly became unfriendly. "Hey, friend, don't you think this is a little unkind?" Immediately, a handsome young man stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Kai knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to quibble. "You didn't mean to?" The young man sneered. "You took away the evil spirit origin that originally belonged to us, and you still want to say that you didn't mean to. Although Yang Kai's performance just now surprised him, he wasn't afraid. After all, there were 7 or 8 of them. What's more, Yang Kai's reason wasn't convincing at all. Taking something in front of others by force, what else could it be but intentional? Hearing what he said, the others also stepped forward, coldly sizing up Yang Kai, none of them willing to give up. Only one young girl, her beautiful face somewhat pale, stared at Yang Kai, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. She remembered the inhuman torture and the unbearable pain she had suffered. Friend, let's make it clear. Although our Ghost King Valley isn't a great sect, we aren't so easy to deal with. The gloomy young man sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, I'll compensate you. Compensate? How? The young man snorted. No need. Before Yang Kai could answer, the young girl who had been hiding behind the crowd walked up to him. The panic in her eyes had disappeared, and she simply looked at Yang Kai faintly. You don't need to compensate me. Junior sister. The young man looked at the young girl in surprise, not knowing why she would say this. I know him. There's no need to care about this. The young girl's expression was indifferent, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her face became slightly red. She remembered how she and Zemo had tried to seduce Yang Kai in that isolated world. At that time, she had believed Zemo's words and thought he had some kind of hidden disease, but she hadn't expected him to take advantage of her. Do you know him? The young man became more and more confused, looking at the young girl and then back at Yang Kai. He couldn't help feeling confused. Ian, he can be considered my savior. The young girl finally showed a smile, but this cold woman's smile was slightly stiff. Young Lady Lung, we meet again. Yang Kai smiled at this young girl. This young girl was Ghost King Valley's Lung Shan, in the minds of both Zemo and Lung Shan, Yang Kai's divine sense brand, so as long as they weren't too far apart, Yang Kai could feel their existence, but Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Lung Shan here. Ian, we meet again. Lung Shan nodded slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. It seemed that this young man didn't intend to speak about what had happened in that isolated world, nor did he intend to use his divine sense brand to torture her. Although she had long known that Yang Kai wasn't a bad person, Lung Shan was still a little worried. Seeing that the two of them were really familiar with each other, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other, and the hostility of the gloomy young man also converged. You should first refine this evil spirit essence. Once that thing is absorbed into your body, it will be harmful if you don't refine it as soon as possible. Lung Shan whispered before turning to the others, all of you put away this evil spirit essence and be vigilant, don't let it take advantage of you. En. Everyone quickly got to work. Yang Kai also chuckled and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The red evil spirit essence was really different, and the energy it contained was much higher than that of the green evil spirit essence. A moment later, Yang Kai's body felt light and he said, Done. Done. The gloomy young man exclaimed, frowning as he stared at Yang Kai, Friend, how can you refine this evil spirit essence so quickly? Have you finished refining it? This thing isn't a joke. If you don't clean it up, it's very likely it will leave behind some hidden dangers. He kindly reminded Yang Kai, obviously because Lung Shan had said he was her savior, otherwise, it would have been impossible for his attitude to change so much. En, I cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, so it's quite effective against this, Yang Kai lightly explained. So that's how it is. I was wondering why friend was able to destroy that red evil spirit in a single move. Your strength is a bit too strong, haha. It turns out it's because Yuan Chi's attribute secret art can restrain it. It scared me. The gloomy young man was no longer gloomy and laughed heartily. Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Yi. I apologize for offending you just now. I hope this friend won't mind. Yang Kai. The other party was willing to reconcile, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't care. After all, it was his fault. Chapter 330. Inside the evil cavern, in a secluded location, the Ghost King Valley disciples were sitting together. They had just experienced a battle and needed a little time to recover. In this kind of evil cavern, only by maintaining their peak state could they ensure their own safety. Although they were meditating and resting, these people still didn't relax in the slightest, constantly keeping an eye out for any movement around them, guarding against the sudden appearance of the red evil spirits. Yang Kai secretly nodded as he curiously glanced over at Leng Shan. After not seeing her for nearly a year, this ice-cold girl seemed to have grown a lot. Leng Shan wasn't the strongest in this group, nor was she the oldest, but everyone's command fell into her hands. It was under her command that this group of people could be so orderly. Her relatively high status in Ghost King Valley was one of the reasons for this, but it was also likely that she had honed a lot of experience in that isolated world. The young man, Chen Yi, was also sitting nearby with a smile on his face, looking towards Yang Kai with a kind expression. He didn't seem to know that Yang Kai had killed 2 elite Ghost King Valley disciples, nor was he aware of the grievances between him and Leng Shan. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He really hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance in the evil cavern this time. Although in that isolated world, Yang Kai and Zemo's relationship was better than Leng Shan's, because of the brand of divine sense in Leng Shan's mind, there was still a faint connection between the two. However, this connection was one-sided. Yang Kai could feel Leng Shan's presence, but she couldn't feel Yang Kai's. "Of course I can be here." A smile appeared on Leng Shan's cold face. "Don't you know where this place is?" "Evil Cavern." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. "Ghost King Valley. It turns out your Ghost King Valley is in the ash-grey cloud evil land." En. Leng Shan nodded lightly. Yang Kai was suddenly surprised. Is Ghost King Valley related to the profound Yin Ghost King? Although they both have the title Ghost King in their names, there isn't much of a connection between them, it's just that they fall under his jurisdiction. Chen Yi interjected with a smile. "It seems that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the ash-grey cloud evil land." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. Chen Yi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Since you are my junior sister's savior, you should know. Since you are a friend of my Ghost King Valley, naturally you are a friend of this Chen Yi. May I ask where Brother Yang is from?" "Brother!" Leng Shan shouted. She knew Yang Kai's sect, but because she knew, she felt that this matter was of great importance. High Heaven Pavilion wasn't famous before, but after the birth of the Demon Lord, it became famous all over the world. Because of their relationship with the Demon Lord, the entire High Heaven Pavilion wasn't very well received. This phenomenon was not limited to the outside world. It was the same in the ash-grey cloud evil land, because as soon as the Demon Lord appeared, he brought war to the ash-grey cloud evil land. This was not something everyone wanted to see happen. Aware of Leng Shan's reminder, Chen Yi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. "Forget I asked, Brother Yang, please don't mind me." In his heart, he was also a bit curious. Where did this Yang Kai come from? Why couldn't he say anything about it? Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But why are you here?" Leng Shan asked curiously. High Heaven Pavilion was thousands of miles away from here, so it must have taken a lot of effort to get here. "I heard there was something here, so I came to play." Chen Yi and Leng Shan were both stunned and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Your courage is really big, actually daring to come here to play." Leng Shan shook her head helplessly, but she knew Yang Kai's strength and strangeness. So she didn't show too much surprise. Perhaps he really was qualified to come here, to play. "Right, why are you dealing with red evil spirits? All I've encountered along the way are green." Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. "Ha ha ha." Chen Yi laughed, understanding that Yang Kai really had come here to play, otherwise how could he not have gathered enough information about the evil cavern? Leng Shan couldn't help smiling, gently pursing her lips. The other Ghost King Valley disciples also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "Good." Leng Shan lightly coughed. Chen Yi's expression became serious. Finally, he asked, "Brother Yang, the green evil spirits you encountered were somewhat different from the red evil spirits, right?" The red one is undoubtedly much stronger. It's like this, the deeper you go into the evil cavern, the more powerful the evil spirits you encounter. Green evil spirits are only encountered in the outermost area, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Red evil spirits are only slightly stronger than green evil spirits. However, they aren't too difficult to deal with. Further in, there are purple evil spirits, black evil spirits, each one more powerful than the previous, and their bodies also become more and more solid. Black evil spirits already have a complete physical body. They are existences that even immortal ascension boundary masters have to avoid. For people like us, at best, we can only have ideas about purple evil spirits, but if we encounter black evil spirits, we should quickly run, otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll lose our lives here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Purple evil spirits, it was likely that Le Yu's demonic purple chi body and purple demon spirit fire were obtained from purple evil spirits. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Moreover, in addition to these 4 ordinary evil spirits, Brother Yang, you should also pay attention to a special kind of evil spirit. After Chen Yi's impression of Yang Kai had greatly changed, he also intended to make friends with him, so he decided to tell him everything he knew. Oh! Yang Kai looked at Chen Yi in surprise and found that his expression was extremely dignified, and there was also a trace of worry in his eyes, so he couldn't help asking, what kind of evil spirit? Soul-type evil spirits. Shen Yi said in a low voice with a warning tone, this thing looks the same as the other evil spirits, so it's very difficult to distinguish. But if you encounter it, I advise you to run away as fast as you can. Why? Because they have soul skills. Chen Yi grinned, we're just Yuan Qi cultivators. If we encounter this kind of evil spirit, we won't be able to deal with it. Brother Yang, do you have an artifact that can defend against soul skills? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not good. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Those who come here will generally bring some kind of artifact that can defend against soul skills, and if the conditions are good, they will also bring some offensive artifacts that can restrain evil spirits. However, Brother Yang, your secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain evil spirits, so you don't need to worry about this. It doesn't matter, I shouldn't be so unlucky. Yang Kai smiled. Although he didn't have an artifact that could defend against soul skills, he still had a few soul skills in his mind, so the defensive power of his spirit palace shouldn't be bad. So he didn't really care. Soul-type evil spirits are generally quite rare. Chen Yi nodded. After a few words, the atmosphere became joyful and harmonious. As they were talking, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the distance. This sound was sharp and harsh, like the sound of a flute, but also like the howling of ghosts. When the Ghost King Valley disciples heard this sound, they couldn't help turning their heads towards the source of the sound. There's movement. Chen Yi's expression became serious. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Let's go take a look. Leng Shan also nodded slightly. Yang Kai didn't ask for details, but looking at the faces of this group of people, it didn't seem like something big had happened. Let's go. Chen Yi beckoned everyone to set off. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, how about we go together? Good. Yang Kai nodded. Just now, he had accidentally taken their evil spirit essence. Since he had promised to compensate them, he should keep his word. Taking advantage of others was not a good thing. Everyone walked in the front while Leng Shan deliberately fell behind, walking side by side with Yang Kai. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yang Kai thought she was a little worried and quickly reassured her. I know you won't. Leng Shan shook her head, that's not what I wanted to tell you. Oh, then what did you want to say? Leng Shan smiled lightly. I wanted to tell you that we came to the evil cavern this time. We didn't come here for life experience. If not for life experience, then why did you come here? Yang Kai was puzzled. We came here looking for someone. Looking for someone? A few outsiders killed many free and unfettered sect disciples and then fled here. Ghost King Valley isn't far from free and unfettered sect, so we were pulled in to help. Yang Kai glanced at her casually and found that when she mentioned free and unfettered sect, her expression was somewhat resentful. Chuckling lightly, he asked, does that free and unfettered sect often bully your Ghost King Valley? You didn't come here willingly this time, did you? You know too much. Leng Shan glared at him, more and more confirming Yang Kai's guess. She lightly said, I'll tell you in advance, after all, you don't belong to the ash-grey cloud evil land, and free and unfettered sect is pursuing a cultivator from an outside force. If you see a fellow Daoist in danger, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Fellow Daoist. Yang Kai sneered. This father's sect is no more, where would I find a fellow Daoist? Lung Shan's expression darkened. I've also heard about what happened to High Heaven Pavilion. My condolences. Yang Kai snorted. Perhaps because of Shan Qing Luo's influence, or perhaps because of the changes in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai didn't care about righteous or evil. The world's general trend had nothing to do with him, so when he looked at people and dealt with them, it was his personal preference. Then what kind of person is free and unfettered sect chasing? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously. Besides a woman, who else could it be? Lung Shan smiled contemptuously. Free and unfettered sect, the most free and unfettered of all, you know. Ah, I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. He hadn't expected the cold Lung Shan to actually say such words. And it's said that they're a pair of twins with extraordinary beauty and strength. The two of them working together is quite clever. Lung Shan's eyes secretly flashed with satisfaction. They killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples, but unfortunately, in the end, they were still forced to come here. You're quite prejudiced against free and unfettered sect, Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at her. Has anyone in free and unfettered sect ever coveted your beauty? For me. Lung Shan proudly raised her head, not giving a direct answer, but the answer was obvious enough. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he asked in a low voice, if those two women were really caught, what would you do? I don't know. Lung Shan shook her head. I don't want to get involved in this matter, but since Master has ordered us to do so, we can only put on an act. We may not actually catch them, but when we do, then we'll talk. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 331. The group continued walking forward for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he stared in a certain direction. Wait. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Lung Shan. Stop. Chen Yi noticed the movement behind him and quickly raised his hand. The group of Ghost King Valley disciples quickly stopped, each of them on alert. What's wrong? Lung Shan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, instead focusing more and more on the situation. A moment later, his expression became cold and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning, his yuan qi surging as he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. In the void, there seemed to be a series of ripples, and as these ripples spread out, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person's face showed a trace of surprise and horror as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his figure quickly retreating as he raised his hands and shouted, Hey! Yang Kai's expression froze as his eyes fell on this person's pale white hands. Every Ghost King Valley disciple's hands were this color, as if there was no blood flowing through them, making them look extremely terrifying. Ah! Brother Yang, stop! Chen Yi also hurriedly shouted. Hearing this shout, Yang Kai also quickly stopped. He's one of us. Chen Yi and Lung Shan hurriedly caught up. I saw it. Yang Kai smiled. He had thought that someone was lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he hadn't expected that this person was also a Ghost King Valley disciple. So, the voice just now was a signal sent out by this person. After the man was forced to reveal himself, he stared at Yang Kai in shock until Chen Yi arrived and exclaimed, Fuck, who is this guy? Junior sister Lung's savior. Chen Yi briefly introduced. Yang Kai now knew that this Ghost King Valley disciple, Cheng Ying, had been leading the way. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. Fuck, you're amazing. Cheng Ying shouted, I brought a concealment artifact and used the ghost concealment martial skill. Brother Shen and the others couldn't see where I was hiding, so how did you see through it with a single glance? Hearing his words, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Cheng Ying's ability to hide herself perfectly, she wouldn't have been able to do so. They would not allow him to explore the path ahead alone. With this kind of concealment technique, even an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through it. It was also by relying on this that Cheng Ying was able to obtain all kinds of information like a fish in water. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai, who hadn't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, was able to see through it so clearly. How could they not be surprised? Yeah, Brother Yang, how did you do it? Chen Yi asked curiously. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, maybe my senses are much sharper than the average person. Is that okay? Cheng Ying obviously didn't quite believe it, but since Yang Kai said so, he didn't ask anymore. Lung Shan stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Her beautiful eyes flashed thoughtfully. Not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter, she changed the subject. Cheng Ying, since you sent this message, did you find something? Cheng Ying recovered from his daze. Wiping his mouth, he excitedly said, yes, those two girls. Chem. Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold. As a woman, the word girls was a bit harsh to her ears. Ahem, those two women's whereabouts were exposed. Cheng Ying grinned meaningfully. Waving his hands, he continued, but they're incredibly strong. Their cultivations obviously aren't very high, but when they join forces, their strength soars. They must have cultivated some kind of special secret art. That group of free and unfettered sect idiots didn't know how strong they were, so several of them died. That fool Yu Qing was almost castrated by one of them. That scene, TSK, it was too horrible to look at. This Cheng Ying seemed to be quite a lively person. As he spoke, he gestured to his crotch and shuddered. Just looking at it made this brother's crotch feel cold. I'm scared. Ahem. Junior brother Cheng Ying, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yi saw Leng Shan's expression turn ugly and quickly interrupted his nonsense. Heh. Cheng Ying awkwardly scratched his head and pretended to slap his mouth. Yes, my mouth is cheap. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Leng Shan snorted. She knew that this was his nature. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Chen Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloating. Then, was Yu Qing castrated or not? Cheng Ying said with some frustration, no, it's a pity. But after taking that blow, I estimate that he won't be able to get hard for 10 days or half a month. He deserves it. The second half of his sentence was directed towards Lung Shan with a smile. It's a pity. Chen Yi also sighed. What happened later? What happened to those two women? Later, they ran away, deeper inside. Cheng Ying's expression suddenly became serious. There are purple evil spirits moving around inside, and there are so many of them, I estimate that they are about to reach their limit. Is that so? Chen Yi frowned. What does Yu Qing mean? His meaning is naturally to capture them alive. So, he wants us to cooperate with them, first kill those purple evil spirits, then capture those two women. Fuck. Chen Yi angrily cursed. Ghost King Valley had suffered many losses in front of Free and Unfettered Sect over the years, but because Free and Unfettered Sect occupied a yellow spring pond which was of great benefit to the cultivation of Ghost King Valley's disciples, even if Ghost King Valley was angry and resentful, they still had to give way. In order to obtain that yellow spring pond, Ghost King Valley had sent countless female disciples into Free and Unfettered Sect as dowries over the years for the men of Free and Unfettered Sect to vent their frustrations. The two sects had long been like fire and water, but it was impossible for them to directly go to war, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Therefore, even if Lung Shan and the others were unwilling to participate in this matter, they had no choice but to rush over to assist Free and Unfettered Sect because Yu Qing had promised that if they could capture those two women alive, he would open the Yellow Spring Pond for a month. 1 month was enough for the strength of hundreds of Ghost King Valley's disciples to soar. Lung Shan and the others couldn't refuse such a temptation. Yu Qing now wanted the Ghost King Valley disciples to rush over, clearly wanting to use them to clean up the purple evil spirits and minimize his own losses. The disciples of the two sects had been dealing with each other for many years and were quite familiar with each other's tricks, so how could Chen Yi and Lung Shan not understand his intentions? So, should we go? Cheng Ying looked at Chen Yi and Lung Shan and asked. Chen Yi grit his teeth and didn't say anything, just staring at Lung Shan. Lung Shan sneered, of course we should go. Even if it's just to see their miserable state, we should still go. Chen Yi's spirit suddenly rose and he nodded. What junior sister says makes sense. After the group finished their discussion, they immediately followed Cheng Ying's lead and walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any evil spirits, presumably because they had been cleaned up earlier. After walking for a long time, a group of people appeared in front of them, their numbers no less than the Ghost King Valley group, and looking at the nearby traces, it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. There were traces of blood on the ground and several corpses lying around. An evil-looking man with a pale complexion was sitting beside Yang Kai, completely ignoring his image. Large drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face was filled with hatred as he stared at the depths of the evil cavern, muttering under his breath, "You two sluts, sooner or later I'll catch you and teach you a lesson. Daring to hurt me here." Under the dim light, one could clearly see that in the middle of this man's thigh, there was a half-foot-long wound that was still bleeding. In front of this man, a beautiful woman was kneeling in front of him, her head bowed as she applied medicine to his wound. Even in this kind of environment, this sinister-looking man's crotch was still erect. When the Ghost King Valley disciple came over, Lung Shan turned her eyes away in disgust, but Chen Yi, on the other hand, glanced over with interest and ridiculed, "This injury isn't serious, it's just a flesh wound." "Yu Qing, what are you yelling about?" Yu Qing suddenly became furious. "If it weren't for my good luck, this wouldn't be just a flesh wound. Those two sluts must pay the price, I'll make them beg for death." Yu Qing clamored, looking extremely furious. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at the free and unfettered sects group and was surprised to find that all the men in this sect had pale complexions, as if they were lacking in vitality. On top of that, all of them were exceptionally handsome, but their pale complexions completely ruined their beauty. Every free and unfettered sect male disciple was accompanied by a number of beautiful women. Unlike the pale complexions of the men, these women all had rosy cheeks and bright smiles, as if they had been nourished quite well. When they looked towards the Ghost King Valley disciples, they didn't bother to hide the lustful look in their eyes. There was even one woman who boldly threw a tantrum towards a male Ghost King Valley disciple, licking her lips, displaying an extremely slutty appearance. The free and unfettered sect male disciple next to her not only didn't show any jealousy, but instead happily pinched her perky buttocks, causing her to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face sank. He found that all the people he had met during this time were proficient in the ways of men and women. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't need to be mentioned, both of them cultivated seduction techniques, so although they were virgins, they were still quite familiar with the ways of the bedroom. This free and unfettered sect disciple also seemed to be plucking yin to supplement his yang, but Yang Kai didn't know why he was so frivolous. There was probably some kind of mystery behind it. Although your Ghost King Valley people look quite ugly, these free and unfettered sect people are even more disgusting. Yang Kai quietly whispered in Lung Shan's ear. "Who's ugly?" Lung Shan suddenly became angry. "Oh, I mean your hands, they're as white as a corpse. What do you know? In a few years, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, the color will return to normal. Don't compare my Ghost King Valley with free and unfettered sect trash." Yang Kai shrugged and no longer said anything. "Enough nonsense, since you've come, let's begin. There are a lot of purple evil spirits ahead, so with just the strength of one of our sects, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through, so we must all sincerely cooperate." Yu Qing pulled up his trousers and stood up to speak to Chen Yi. Chen Yi coldly snorted, "I hope your free and unfettered sect can truly cooperate." Chapter 332. His cold seemed to have gotten worse. He had been coughing all day. He coughed so much that his consciousness was almost blurred. Fortunately, he didn't have a fever. He wanted to be comforted. The two groups of people gathered together. After a simple discussion, they decided to move forward. Chen Yi reluctantly led the way. Beside him were two free and unfettered sect disciples, a man and a woman. The rest of the people scattered behind them in a fan shape, ready to enter battle at a moment's notice. After walking for a short time, they saw two purple evil spirits floating in front of them. These two purple evil spirits were filled with thick evil qi and were far more ferocious than the red evil spirit. Their bodies were also much more solid, and even their facial features were much clearer. It was to the extent that they even grew two tentacle-like things. 5 indistinct fingers could be vaguely seen, giving off an eerie atmosphere. "Here they come," Chen Yi shouted, secretly circulating his yuan qi. "You take one, we'll take one." Yu Qing said faintly. The Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered Sect disciples all gathered their strength and scattered to the sides, each one facing one of these evil spirits. Wailing and howling filled the air, piercing straight into the depths of one's heart, causing one's blood to run cold. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone began to exchange blows with these two evil spirits. The Ghost King Valley disciples used a variety of yin-chi martial skills, cooperating with each other to deal with the evil spirit. The Free and Unfettered Sect disciples were the same, but the martial skills they used weren't as ugly as those of the Ghost King Valley disciples, instead giving off a pleasing feeling. Yang Kai only watched from the sidelines and didn't make a move. From time to time, he would make a move or two, wanting to see just how strong these purple evil spirits were. After a while, he was able to figure out their strength. The purple evil spirits were indeed much more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirits. Although the 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples had the upper hand, they didn't dare act rashly, instead choosing to play it safe. Slowly but surely, they consumed the strength of these evil spirits. If 3 of these evil spirits attacked together, Yang Kai estimated that the Ghost King Valley disciples wouldn't be able to cope. The group of people fought for a long time. After killing their respective evil spirits, the evil spirit essences they left behind were extremely rich. Both sects' disciples happily held their purifying spirit bottles and stepped forward to collect these essences. This was their first cooperation, and the result was quite satisfactory. Both Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered Sect were quite satisfied. Continue. Yu Qing grinned and nodded towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't complain and continued to lead the way with the other 2 Free and Unfettered Sect disciples. Along the way, they obtained a considerable amount of purple evil spirits. Half a day later, both sects had collected 5 or 6 evil spirits each. Moreover, these evil spirits would gather in pairs, so that neither faction would be left out of action. The scene was rather harmonious, with a sense of seamless cooperation. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that Lung Shan was constantly on guard against the movements of the Free and Unfettered Sect disciples, even in the midst of battle. He did not relax in the slightest. After successfully killing 2 more evil spirits, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was responsible for collecting these essences was about to step forward, but a young woman suddenly flew out from the Free and Unfettered Sect group, giggling as she stretched out her hand. He directly swallowed the evil spirit origin into his body. Immediately after, she floated back to the Free and Unfettered Sect group, her pretty face filled with a smug and satisfied expression. The Free and Unfettered Sect male disciple beside her even kissed her on the lips and praised, "Baby, you're really brave." He, I just want you to be stronger," the young woman said sweetly. Yu Qing. Chen Yi couldn't help shouting when he saw this. "What do you mean?" Yu Qing chuckled lightly. "Nothing. That evil spirit origin is ours, how can you so blatantly snatch it away?" Chen Yi's expression was cold, and the Ghost King Valley disciples were also disgruntled. "Chen Yi, why are you acting like an outsider? Free and Unfettered Sect and Ghost King Valley are one big family, and now that we're all sincerely cooperating, it's only right that we help each other. Us taking this evil spirit origin is the same as you taking it." Yu Qing didn't seem to care and casually said, "Then can I understand that if you kill these evil spirits, we can also collect their essences?" Chen Yi's expression was gloomy as he stared at him coldly. "As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter, haha." Yu Qing chuckled, "Don't be angry, isn't it just a evil spirit origin? Compared to the Yellow Spring Pond, your Ghost King Valley needs it more, right? Rest assured, after this matter is settled, I promise to open the Yellow Spring Pond to you for a month. I, Yu Qing, am a man of my word." Hearing the mention of the Yellow Spring Pond, Chen Yi's brow furrowed for a moment before he snorted, "I hope so." The Ghost King Valley disciples really didn't have any immunity to the Yellow Spring Pond. If it weren't for Free and Unfettered Sect strength, Ghost King Valley would have already attacked them. The 2 factions continued to push forward, but because of what had just happened, the harmonious atmosphere had clearly been broken. Yang Kai followed Lung Shan and asked softly, "Why did that young woman directly absorb that evil spirit origin into her body?" I don't think she cultivates a secret art that can restrain evil spirits. It was because she had directly absorbed that the evil spirit origin into her body that the Ghost King Valley disciples hadn't had time to collect it. After all, using the purifying spirit bottle to collect the evil spirit origin would take some time. That's a charmed slave. Lung Shan responded softly. They can allow the free and unfettered sect's male disciples to bear all kinds of damage. Don't underestimate these people. The men of the free and unfettered sect use special cultivation techniques to train their charmed slaves, making them unswervingly loyal to them. Even if they were told to die, they wouldn't even frown. So powerful? Yang Kai exclaimed. This free and unfettered sect really had some means. They were able to train their women and completely entrust them to them. A charmed slave directly absorbing that evil spirit origin will definitely suffer some damage, but since she doesn't care, the free and unfettered sect's men also don't care. One is willing to hit, one is willing to suffer, that's it. Moreover, each free and unfettered sect's men have more than one charmed slave. If one of them dies, they won't care. What a beast. Yang Kai snorted contemptuously. You flatter them, they're worse than beast. Lung Shan sneered. While the two were talking, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just absorbed the evil spirit origin. She was currently unscrupulously kissing the free and unfettered sect male disciple beside her, moaning softly as her tongue moved, sending a mass of energy from her mouth into his body. When their lips parted, the man's face filled with satisfaction, his white complexion seemingly becoming a little rosy. On the other hand, the woman let out a muffled groan as some blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't seem to care. Gently wiping the blood off her face, she stared at her man affectionately, a look of sweet happiness filling her face. Yang Kai secretly shook his head as he watched this scene. He knew that the free and unfettered sect's method of enslaving charmed slaves was quite impressive. Half an hour later, after the Ghost King Valley disciple had killed an evil spirit with great difficulty, another woman from the free and unfettered sect appeared, attempting to directly seize the evil spirit origin. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward like the wind, grabbing the evil spirit origin before the woman arrived. Achem! Yu Qing glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise but didn't say anything, just grinning meaningfully. The women from free and unfettered sect didn't care about injuries. They would directly absorb an evil spirit origin on the spot and refine it in a hurry, leaving the harm to themselves while giving the benefits to their man. However, Yang Kai obviously couldn't avoid harming himself by doing this. Therefore, Yu Qing was also gloating, thinking that the Ghost King Valley disciples were just acting in a fit of pique. I owe you 2 evil spirits. Yang Kai leapt back and grinned. It's fine, it's just a bunch of trash taking advantage of us, it's better to give it to Brother Yang. Chen Yi laughed. He didn't care, he knew that Yang Kai cultivated a secret art that restrained evil spirits, so even if he absorbed and refined the evil spirit origin on the spot, there wouldn't be any harm. Lung Shan also nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Yi's statement. Since the two of them didn't object, the other Ghost King Valley disciples naturally didn't say anything, only glaring at the free and unfettered sect disciples with increasing hatred. Over the next half-day, all the evil spirits' essences left behind by the Ghost King Valley disciples were all absorbed by Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wanted to take the evil spirits' essences from free and unfettered sect, but fearing that Lung Shan and the others would be in trouble, he could only bide his time. Seeing Yang Kai targeting free and unfettered sect like this, Yu Qing glared at him coldly and sneered, "Little brat, let's see how long you can last. Absorbing so many evil spirits without refining them all, sooner or later you'll become the demon race." Yang Kai responded with a smile, "Don't worry about it. H. Just wait and see." Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The path ahead suddenly became extremely calm, and after walking for a long time, they didn't encounter a single evil spirit. The two groups of people glanced at each other, not knowing what was going on. As they walked, an extremely rich aura suddenly appeared not far away. This aura was filled with thick evil qi, as if some kind of shocking evil spirit was about to be born, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. After a short moment, this baleful aura suddenly concealed itself and became extremely calm. The group of people glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were to be had. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples were like cats, naturally smelling something fishy. However, thinking about the rich evil Qi, they were somewhat hesitant to act. "Should we go and take a look?" Yu Qing asked hesitantly. Chen Yi also hesitated and only turned his eyes to Lung Shan. Lung Shan frowned, seriously considering this matter. But before she could think clearly, a female free and unfettered sect disciple suddenly screamed, "Evil spirit!" "Where?" Yu Qing heard this and shouted. "Behind us." Everyone turned their heads to look and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, causing their feet to cramp. Half a kilometer behind them, a series of purple figures were howling as they rushed towards them. Looking at their numbers, there were at least a dozen of them. More than a dozen purple evil spirits were not something the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples could handle. "Why are there so many of them?" Chen Yi cried out, his face instantly going pale. "Run!" Cheng Ying hurriedly shouted. The group of people didn't hesitate and hurriedly used their movement skills to escape. "Left and right!" Yu Qing shouted as he ran. Chapter 333. They didn't know what kind of danger lay ahead of them, but they couldn't go back, so they could only rush forward. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, everyone suddenly came to a halt, their eyes trembling violently as they stared ahead. There was a large area in front of them that was densely packed with purple evil spirits. These evil spirits were drifting back and forth like ghosts. For some unknown reason, they were fighting each other non-stop. Moreover, from all directions, more and more purple evil spirits were converging towards them, making for a frightening scene. Even Yang Kai was taken aback by this scene, not to mention the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art which could restrain these evil spirits, this number was simply too great. If they all swarmed together, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to resist at all. In an instant, many people were filled with great despair. Their eyes overflowed with panic and fear, and they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. In front of them was a wolf, behind them was a tiger, there was no place to go, they were basically in a desperate situation. Brother Yang, Brother Yang." Not far away, a voice suddenly called out, seemingly calling out to Yang Kai. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dao Yang, who he had met before, waving towards him. At this moment, he was standing on a high platform. This high platform seemed to be naturally formed, like a large stone pillar that stood in the middle of the evil cavern. At the top was a smooth platform that was about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Beside Dao Yang, his 3 junior brother and junior sister were also gathered together, their faces filled with panic. In addition, not far away, there was another high platform. Over there. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, leading Lung Shan and the others to rush over. Yu Qing and the others saw a chance of survival and also quickly followed. At this life or death moment, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else. In front of him were a few purple evil spirits, but all of them were sent flying by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. All the way through, Yang Kai was unscrupulous. Finally breaking through the encirclement of numerous evil spirits, Yang Kai and the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples jumped onto the high platform where Dao Yang was standing. The area of the high platform wasn't very large, and with Dao Yang's group of 4 and the Ghost King Valley's group of 7 or 8, it suddenly became somewhat cramped. Although it wasn't crowded, it still wasn't enough to accommodate the free and unfettered sects group. On the high platform, Yang Kai suddenly turned around. He stared coldly at Yu Qing and his group. It was a good thing that they knew their limits. He knew that it was impossible to ask others to give up their seats at this moment. As such, they simply circled around him before summoning their own artifacts to protect themselves. He flew towards an unoccupied high platform not far away. These artifacts exuded a brilliant light in the dim cave, all of them fire attribute artifacts or flashing lightning attribute artifacts. Only such attacks could restrain the evil spirits. Countless evil spirits were flying around below the high platform, attacking each other and shrieking as if they had gone mad. However, The high platform was extremely safe and was not affected at all. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. They didn't know what mysteries were hidden on the high platform. Brother Yang, we meet again. Dao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai looked back at him. Cupping his fists gratefully, he said, "Many thanks. Brother Yang is too polite. Why are you here? Just like you, we were chased all the way here." Dao Yang laughed dryly. Speaking of which, he and his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters had been following behind Yang Kai all this time, but as a result, they hadn't encountered a single evil spirit. As a last resort, Dao Yang had no choice but to lead the other 3 in a different direction, not following the same path as Yang Kai. As they walked, they didn't know how, but they soon entered the territory of the purple evil spirits, and finally encountered a lone purple evil spirit. However, before they had time to act, an unforeseen event occurred. A large group of evil spirits chased after them. When they reached this place, they were alerted by someone and jumped onto the high platform to take refuge. "Is there someone else here?" Yang Kai was surprised, looking around and discovering that almost a kilometer away from him, there really were 2 slender figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform. A kilometer away, under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would have been able to clearly see them, but deep underground, his vision was obstructed so he couldn't see them clearly, only knowing that they were 2 women. "It's the 2 free and unfettered sect disciples chasing after us." Lung Shan glanced over and whispered. Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Are these Brother Yang's new friends?" Dao Yang looked curiously at the Ghost King Valley group. Yang Kai had entered the evil cavern alone, but now he was suddenly with a group of people who didn't seem like strangers, so he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. "Oh, I know them from before, but I didn't expect to meet them here," Yang Kai explained. Dao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has friends all over the world, yet here he is able to meet his old friends. Admirable. "This one is Treasure Instrument Sect's Dao Yang." "Treasure Instrument Sect?" Chen Yi exclaimed. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared towards Dao Yang, apparently having heard of this sect before. "Excuse my disrespect, it turns out to be a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. We are from Ghost King Valley, Chen Yi." "Brother Chen." Dao Yang chuckled, not showing any change in expression because Ghost King Valley was an evil sect. Yang Kai also looked at Dao Yang with some surprise, not expecting him to be from Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect. It was a very special sect. It was also a very small sect. There were less than 100 people in the entire sect, and they couldn't even be ranked as a 3rd-grade sect. They were at the very bottom. However, its fame was no less than that of Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley was an alchemist, while Treasure Instrument Sect was an artifact refiner. There were only a few mysterious grade top-rank artifacts in the world, and half of them were made by Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect's artifact refining methods were unique, and although the sect wasn't big, its name was resounding. Treasure Instrument Sect refined no more than 20 artifacts each year. However, all of them were heaven grade or above and were often fought over by great forces. The patriarchs and sect masters of those small families and sects didn't necessarily have as many artifacts as Treasure Instrument Sect's disciples. Therefore, the world joked that any Treasure Instrument Sect disciple was a treasure trove. Before, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to these people, but now that he heard Dao Yang say he was from Treasure Instrument Sect, he took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. The clothes these people were wearing, the jewelry the women were wearing, the weapons they were holding, and the jade pendants on their waists were all extraordinary artifacts. Dao Yang daring to say he was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect showed that he was sincere about making friends with these people, so he didn't conceal his identity. Seeing him so honest, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity, cupping his fists and saying, "High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Lung Shan slowly shook her head, as if she knew what effect Yang Kai's words would have. "Fuck." Cheng Ying muttered, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chen Yi froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "I've learned something new today. This Chen has learned something new today." Saying so, he quickly lowered his voice and said, It turns out your high heaven pavilion is so fierce, the people you send out are all sharp. First, the demon lord was from high heaven pavilion, and now even young Kai was a high heaven pavilion disciple. How could anyone not be surprised? Just the fact that he and the demon lord were from the same sect was enough to make everyone take him seriously. For two of you to be so honest today, my Ghost King Valley is deeply grateful. Chen Yi's expression became serious as he quickly said. Hey, hey, hey! Lung Shan shouted a few times. You men, do you know what the situation is right now? Can't you stop talking about other things and focus on how to resolve the current crisis? I really don't know what's going on in your heads. That's right. Treasure Instrument Sect's Rong Mai also nodded. Everyone exchanged a wry smile before young Kai turned to Dao Yang and asked, Brother Dao, you came here first, what do you know about this situation? I don't know much. We came here this time because Honored Master said he wanted some evil spirit essences to see if they could be used for artifact refining, but before we could get our hands on them, something unexpected happened and we ran all the way here. Soon after, you arrived. Oh. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down and saw that the evil spirit chi down below was churning like a thick inky black cloud. The purple evil spirits shuttled back and forth in this evil spirit chi, absorbing it to strengthen themselves while also fighting with other evil spirits. From time to time, an evil spirit would be killed, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essences that exuded a faint light. After a short while, there were already more than a dozen evil spirit essences down below, and as time passed, more and more evil spirits were killed, producing more and more evil spirit essences. Everyone stared at these evil spirit essences with burning eyes, but no one had the courage to go down and snatch them. Not to mention that the large number of evil spirits wouldn't attack them, just the thick ink-like evil spirit chi alone was enough to make them suffer. If you really want to understand, I think we should ask those two girls over there. We were only able to avoid this disaster because of their kind intentions. They should know more than I do, Dao Yang said, glancing off into the distance. Chen Yi. Yu Qing apparently also discovered the two women's hiding place and stared at them for a long time, a smug grin appearing on his face before he turned to the Ghost King Valley disciples and shouted, If you can capture those two women for me now, the Yellow Spring Pond will open to you for 2 months. Chen Yi sneered, Yu Qing, are you crazy? What kind of place is this? You can't even protect yourself yet you still want to take advantage of others? Think about how you're going to survive first. Yu Qing smiled coldly, even if I have to die, I want them to die under my crotch. Idiot. Chen Yi spat, a look of disdain filling his face. Don't talk nonsense with him, if we can survive this disaster, we'll never deal with him again, Lung Shan said with extreme disgust. The conversation between Chen Yi and Yu Qing obviously reached the ears of the two women, and from a high platform a kilometer away, the two women stared at them with vigilance, their eyes filled with vigilance. Yang Kai frowned, got up, and said, I'll go ask. It's very dangerous, Chen Yi exclaimed. Now that they were surrounded by evil spirits, only the high platform was safe. Once they left the high platform, there was no telling what kind of danger they would encounter. Chapter 334. Ian, don't go, Lung Shan kindly reminded him, if you get entangled by those evil spirits, how are you going to escape? Dao Yang also frowned, Brother Yang, we should consider this matter at length. I know what I'm doing. Yang Kai shook his head lightly, my secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain these evil spirits, they won't be able to do anything to me. But, what if those two girls don't understand the situation? Wouldn't you have come here in vain? Chen Yi was still a little worried, slowly shaking his head. The current situation was too dangerous. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute could effectively restrain these evil spirits. If something happened to him, everyone's defensive strength would be greatly reduced. Currently, the evil spirits below the high platform didn't seem to be a threat, but who could be sure they wouldn't suddenly attack? At that time, if Yang Kai was there, even if they fought desperately, they might still have a chance to survive. How about, we call them over? Zhao Rong, the girl from Treasure Instrument Sect, suggested. Everyone looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled, her big eyes blinking. Dao Yang smiled bitterly, Those two girls have a grudge with that group of people over there, so it's impossible for them to come over. I'll go and show my sincerity. Yang Kai made up his mind. Moreover, their strength isn't weak. If we can win them over to join us, we'll have an extra layer of protection. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes brightened. If you can really persuade them, my Ghost King Valley promises not to embarrass them. In any case, the deaths of a few free and unfettered sect disciples has nothing to do with us. Chen Yi nodded slightly and solemnly said, Then Brother Yang, you must be careful. If things go south, return immediately. Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying directly towards the group. Seeing him act so boldly, everyone couldn't help admiring him for a while. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had crossed several dozen meters and was quickly approaching the stone platform where the two women were resting. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the two women suddenly stood up. The two women on the other side suddenly stood up. Their yuan qi surged and their beautiful eyes were frosty. They were ready to attack at any time. As Yang Kai activated his yuan qi, his entire body exuded a pure and hot yuan qi. At the same time, he avoided the evil spirits that were flying in the air. Fortunately, the evil spirits were attracted by the thick murderous aura below them, so they did not encounter any trouble. A moment later, Yang Kai raised his voice and shouted, Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I'm just here to inquire about the situation. I don't have any other intentions. As soon as he said that, the two women who were on high alert suddenly relaxed. He cried out in bewilderment. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on over there. In order to prevent the other party from getting too nervous, he could only stop. Standing in midair, he said sincerely, You too. Before he could finish, the other side immediately responded, Is this Yang Kai? Her voice trembled slightly, her tone full of disbelief, surprise, and surprise. Ah! Yang Kai was stunned. The voice coming from the other side was somewhat familiar. Involuntarily, a young girl's face popped up in his mind. Turning his gaze towards the other side, he discovered that on the stone platform. Sure enough, there were two beautiful young girls standing there, perfectly matching the image in his mind. These two people looked exactly the same, whether it was their demeanor or body shape, they were completely identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Both of them were elegant and refined, with outstanding grace. There was some unconcealable tiredness on her oval-shaped face, but her two beautiful eyes were bursting with a strong splendor. At such a close distance, both sides could clearly see each other's appearance. It's really you. The young girl on the other side was overjoyed. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and rushed over to the other side, landing on the high platform. Surprised, he asked, How come it's you? Previously, he had heard from the people from Ghost King Valley that the free and unfettered sect were chasing a pair of twins with extraordinary strength. From beginning to end, they had killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After all, although there weren't many twins, there weren't too few either. Among the people he knew, there was no pair of twins, only the charming twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang. Although they looked the same, in fact, they were several years apart in age, so they weren't real twins. Therefore, he didn't expect that the free and unfettered sect would actually be chasing them. Hu Jiao Hu Mai It had been a long time since he had seen them. The last time they had met was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. The three of them had walked side by side up the 10,000-foot flight of stairs. Every time the cold energy hit them, Hu Jiao and Hu Mai would snuggle up to Yang Kai for warmth. At that time, sharing trials and tribulations was still vivid in his mind, and every time he thought about it, he felt warm. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Yang Kai had also grown from the initial element boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. As for the twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang, it was obvious that they had made a lot of progress. Of the two girls, one looked at Yang Kai with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes overflowing with the joy of meeting again after a long time. The other one was gnashing her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed as she questioned, I want to ask, why is it you stinking brat? Suddenly seeing the two of them, Yang Kai didn't know why, but he was in a good mood and grinned, Jiao. The girl who spoke blushed and gnashed her teeth even more, You bastard, you recognized me again. If you didn't speak, I wouldn't have recognized you. Young Kai laughed. After not seeing each other for so long, the two sisters had become more and more alike. If it weren't for their different temperaments, it would be impossible to distinguish them. However, compared to her sister, Hu Jiao'er was undoubtedly more aggressive. Only she would hold a grudge and call Yang Kai a bastard stinking brat. That year, Yang Kai had said that half of her butt was big and half was small, and he had taken advantage of her. Maya. Yang Kai nodded to the other person. Hu Maya bit her red lips and smiled. Her eyes were watery, very beautiful. Calling out so intimately, "Your face is really thick." Hu Jiao'er spat, but Yang Kai could see that her mood was quite good. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, it was probably like this. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down at Yang Kai. Hu Jiao'er clicked her tongue in wonder. "I haven't seen you for so long, you've become a lot stronger." In the past, Yang Kai was thin and pitiful, but now he was undoubtedly more handsome and extraordinary. There was one thing that Hu Jiao'er didn't have the nerve to mention. In the past, when she was on top of Yang Kai and took liberties with him, her soft breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's ribs and it hurt for a while. "You've also become more beautiful," Yang Kai casually flattered. The two charming flowers looked at each other and giggled. The exhaustion on their faces was swept away. They seemed to have gained great vitality. "You have a sweet mouth." Hu Jiao'er glared at him. "You can fly, you've also reached Yuan Qi." Yang Kai nodded faintly. His divine sense swept over them, and his face suddenly became dignified, full of surprise as he looked at Hu Mai'er. "What's wrong?" Hu Mai'er's face couldn't help but blush under his stare. "Your strength, true element boundary 4th stage." Hu Jiao'er giggled, her expression filled with a hint of pride. She didn't need to remind him. Yang Kai already felt it. Yuan Qi 4th level. It wasn't very high. But the strange thing was that both sisters were Yuan Qi 4th level. In the past, Yang Kai and his sister Hu Mai'er were almost the same. After such a long time, all kinds of experience, all kinds of opportunities, they only reached Yuan Qi 5th level. But now Hu Mai'er was only one level away from him. This cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was Hu Jiao'er's realm. She was almost the same as Su Yang, an elite disciple of the 3 sects. But now, Su Yang was already Yuan Qi 9th level. Even if she hadn't reached the immortal ascension boundary, it was estimated that she was not far away. It was very likely that she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Hu Jiao'er was only Yuan Qi 4th level. The gap was quite big. The sister's cultivation speed was amazing, but the sister was as slow as a turtle. This situation was obviously not right. Hu Jiao'er naturally had a talent for cultivation before, so it didn't make sense for her strength to improve so slowly in these 2 years. Is it because of the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai suddenly thought of an explanation. The charming flowers didn't deny it. Hu Jiao'er nodded and said, "The inheritance we obtained is called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Skill. It is most suitable for twins to cultivate. Although Mai'er and I are not real twins, because I was the one who brought her up, our hearts and minds are more connected than real twins. After cultivating this divine skill, our cultivation speed will double. But because Mai'er's starting point was lower, we are only Yuan Qi 4th level now." "Amazing," Yang Kai praised. "What about you? 5th level. You are not bad." Hu Jiao'er chuckled and didn't ask in detail. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the final inheritance. The 3 of them talked for a while, but Hu Jiao'er's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "Yes, I forgot to ask. You bastard, what are you doing here? Did you go to the free and unfettered sect after High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed? You think too much." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Stop, don't come over." Hu Jiao'er stood in front of her sister and sneered, "Then why did you come here with that group of scum? Don't think I didn't see that free and unfettered sect person ordering you to capture us sisters. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Don't even think about getting close to us sisters." "Sister, he is not that kind of person." Hu Mai'er tried to persuade her sister. You may know a person's face but not his heart, HMPH. Hu Jiao scolded her sister, if you don't dig out his heart, you won't know whether he is black or white. Okay, I'll tell you. Yang Kai helplessly raised his hand and briefly recounted what happened after coming to the evil cavern. Really? Hu Jiao tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai, as if she didn't want to miss the slightest change in his expression. Why would I lie to you? Yang Kai said seriously, originally, I wanted to ask about the situation here and see if you know what happened. I didn't expect it to be you too. But since it's you, come with me. Once we reach the other side, we can resist together. Sister, let's go. Hu Mai'er undoubtedly believed in Yang Kai and didn't have the slightest doubt. Hu Jiao hesitated in her heart. She didn't want to see the ugly faces of those free and unfettered sect men, but the two sisters couldn't stay here forever. She knew that Yang Kai wanted them to go with him for their own good, so after hesitating for a moment, she said, we can go, but me and my are currently unable to use our Yuan Qi. Let's wait until we recover before going. She obviously didn't trust the people from Ghost King Valley, so she said this. Chapter 335. These days, the two sisters had been hiding in the ash-grey cloud evil land and hadn't had a chance to rest. They had also been hunted down by free and unfettered sects' forces, and if it weren't for their twin Qi shared spirit divine art restoring their Yuan Qi quickly, they would have been caught long ago. After entering the evil cavern, the two of them had to deal with the evil spirits, so they had become increasingly exhausted. Their Yuan Qi was almost completely depleted. It will take at least half a day for you to restore your Yuan Qi. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In any case, I won't go until I'm in peak condition. Hu Jiao pursed her lips, her red cheeks extremely attractive. I have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, directly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and stretching out his finger towards Hu Jiao, saying, open your mouth. Hu Jiao opened her cherry mouth almost reflexively. This inadvertent reaction showed that she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai. Placing his finger in her mouth, Hu Jiao's expression froze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. Her almond eyes widened, and her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Kai hurriedly said, suck it in. Hu Jiao frowned, and in the next moment, she felt a sweet taste spread from the tip of her tongue. As this taste spread, a surge of warm energy seeped into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In just a short moment, her nearly depleted Yuan Qi actually began to rapidly recover. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, but she didn't find the slightest obscene expression on his face. Instead, he was completely serious. Hu Jiao knew that what Yang Kai had given her was an incredible treasure, so she couldn't bear to waste it. Suppressing her shyness, she curled up her tongue and sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became watery and embarrassed, and her whole face blushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger, leaving behind a trail of sparkling silk. N. Hu Jiao suddenly felt a little ashamed, moaning from her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Between his fingers seemed to be lingering Hu Jiao's soft tongue, so he couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Wiping his fingers without a trace, Yang Kai took out a drop of myriad drug liquid and extended it to Hu Mai'er. It's your turn. Hu Mai'er tilted her head and said shyly, I think. I don't want it anymore. This guy, what kind of time is this? Mai'er, he's giving us something to replenish our true essence. It's not what you think. Hu Jiao sat down cross-legged. That's good stuff, eat it quickly. Hu Jiao urged again. To be. She was much more shy than her sister, completely different from her previous self. You two refine it first, I'll stand guard. Yang Kai lightly coughed and stood in front of them. The charming pair nodded slightly and quickly circulated their twin Qi shared spirit divine art. On the other side of the stone platform, Chen Yi, Dao Yang, and the others were on guard against the evil spirits while eagerly looking over. Brother Yang has been gone for so long, Why hasn't he returned yet? Chen Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Dao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang is having a good time with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him, they're so close to him. Looking over from here, although they couldn't see their faces, they could still make out a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and the charming pair was only 3 feet. If they were wary, how could they let others stand in front of them? Amazing. It seems that Brother Yang is quite good at dealing with women. Chen Yi couldn't help but praise. Lung Shan snorted. Back in that isolated world, she and Zimo had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so she knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. She and Zimo had originally planned everything to make Kai Yang beg for death, but they couldn't. But in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai diminish, but so did Zimo. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. If he didn't have some means, how could he have done all this? They're coming. Chen Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai and the two women flying side by side towards them. Amazing. Dao Yang also couldn't help but admire this young man. In such a short time, he had made those two women willingly follow him. Dao Yang couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the ability to eliminate their wariness and hostility. On the high platform not far away, Yu Qing's pupils also constricted as he stared at the charming figure of the two flowers without blinking. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sword-like smile. The three of them had only flown halfway when a sudden change occurred below them. In the midst of the countless evil spirits' battle, the thick ink-like demonic chi surged. Yang Kai didn't know what these evil spirits were doing, but a flood dragon-like demonic chi shot up from the ground and sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai and the charming twin flowers to escape. Be careful. Chen Yi couldn't help but shout out a warning. Before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly burst forth and Yang Kai's entire body became as dazzling as a scorching sun as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth. The pure true Yang Yuan Qi directly formed an oval light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai in a radius of 1 meter. As a warm feeling spread out, Hu Jiao and Hu Mai both relaxed as the cold yin energy around them was dispelled. They were just about to make a move to defend themselves when they heard this. Clang, when the evil chi hit the light curtain, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, as if salt had been sprinkled in boiling oil. The sounds continued, but they couldn't penetrate the light curtain at all. They were all blocked on the outside. So awesome. Cheng Ying couldn't help but curse, her pair of eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. The Yang attribute Yuan Qi that can restrain the evil Qi is really amazing. Dao Yang excitedly looked at Yang Kai, but this Yuan Qi is too pure. What grade of Yuan Qi is it? Although they had never experienced the consequences of coming into contact with the evil Qi, they could imagine that the taste would not be pleasant. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was actually able to block the evil Qi, which was beyond their expectations. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai could freely enter and exit from the ground? They just had to be careful not to be attacked by the evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil Qi, Hu Jiao and Hu Mai took the initiative to move closer to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was even more impolite, directly hugging the two beauties and urging his true Yang Yuan Qi to quickly return. After landing back on the high platform, Hu Jiao hurriedly broke free from his embrace and glared at him hatefully, whispering, "Wait until this matter is over, then I'll deal with you for your frivolous sin." Ha ha! Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, but didn't answer. The arrival of the two sisters greatly boosted the morale of the other side, especially since the two of them were also outstanding beauties, not to mention they looked the same, so when they stood side by side, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lung Shan secretly compared herself to them and couldn't help sighing slightly in her heart. She found that these two girls, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were superior to her, both were first-class beauties. Greetings to the two ladies. Chen Yi cupped his fists and greeted. Hu Jiao didn't like him. Although this group of people had never met each other, the two charming flowers knew that in addition to the free and unfettered sect, there was another group of people chasing them, and this group was none other than Ghost King Valley. Now that they met, naturally she didn't show him any respect. Perceiving Hu Jiao's indifference, Chen Yi couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Jiao, you came here first. Did you notice anything unusual? What happened here? Yang Kai asked. Now was not a good time to start a conflict. Hu Jiao's face turned cold as she furrowed her brows and said, My and I were fighting an evil spirit. We don't know what happened, but a large mass of evil qi suddenly gushed out from the ground. After this evil qi appeared, the evil spirit became somewhat abnormal. My and I saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape, but many evil spirits rushed in from all directions and blocked us here. Evil qi gushing out from the ground? Chen Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, Where is it? Hu Jiao no longer targeted him and instead pointed in a certain direction. Over there, do you see that evil qi? That place is very similar to a spirit spring. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw that the evil qi was surging even more fiercely, as if all the evil qi below was coming from that place. Furthermore, as the evil aura increased, the water-like evil aura at the bottom also gradually rose to a higher position. No way. Chen Yi's face went pale. How could we be so unlucky? What is that? Yang Kai saw that Chen Yi seemed to know something about the situation and asked with a frown. That's the evil spirit spring. In the distance, an old voice came and answered Chen Yi's question. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people in the distance flying over in a hurry, followed by a large number of purple evil spirits. Another group of people was being chased over. The number of people in this group wasn't too large, only an old man leading 4 young people, but this old man was undoubtedly an immortal ascension boundary master. Perceiving this old man's strength, everyone showed a trace of dread. Immortal ascension boundary masters generally wouldn't appear here, they would usually go deeper into the evil cavern. The old man moved like an eagle, protecting the 4 young people beside him, the artifact in his hand glowing brilliantly as he repelled the evil spirits in front of him. Mid-air, he swept his eyes over the group of free and unfettered sect disciples standing on the high platform and said, Make some space for us. Yu Qing's expression became bitter, but he didn't dare refuse, quickly ordering his brothers and junior brothers to retreat to the side. The old man quickly led the 4 young people down, glancing faintly at Yu Qing, free and unfettered sect. Do you have any objections? Yu Qing smiled and said, Senior must be joking, this high platform is also very spacious. The old man nodded gently, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. Chapter 336. Here, the old man's strength was the strongest, so even if Yu Qing was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show it in front of him. After the 4 young men who had come with the old man landed, all of them stared at the charmed slaves around the free and unfettered sect male disciples with great interest. These charmed slaves all had eyes like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes casting flirtatious glances towards them, as if they didn't care about the current crisis or the jealousy of the men around them. If you don't want to be sucked dry by these women, don't even think about touching them, the old man lightly reminded them. The 4 young men suddenly blushed and averted their gazes. Free and unfettered sect's charmed slaves, when they had sex with another man, could absorb a part of that man's cultivation, and when they had sex with another free and unfettered sect male disciple, they could pass this part of their cultivation to him, thus increasing his strength. Therefore, free and unfettered sect's charmed slaves had no taboos when it came to sex. The free and unfettered sect male disciples didn't really discipline these charmed slaves, instead, they were quite happy to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits. In addition, charmed slaves had a variety of magical functions. In the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, these charmed slaves weren't people, but tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sect's various methods and was afraid that his juniors would suffer a loss, so he decided to warn them. After speaking, the old man's brow furrowed as he stared down at the so-called evil spirit spring, his seemingly turbid old eyes flashing as they stared towards it. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Yi and said, Ghost King Valley boy, it seems you have some understanding of this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them, otherwise they won't even know how they died. Yes. Chen Yi also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man had said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The two young ladies are not mistaken. The evil spirit spring water gushing out from the spring is indeed evil spirit spring water. This water is harmful to us, but to the evil spirits here, it is very beneficial. As long as they are given enough time, they can absorb this evil spirit spring water and become stronger and more condensed. Therefore, this thing is very attractive to them, which is why they rushed here. Chen Yi's expression became dignified as he slowly explained. Every time the evil spirit spring appears, when the evil spirit spring bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil cavern will become extremely unstable. As you can see, in order to compete for the spring water below, they will kill each other. For the time being, we are not in any danger. But after a while, once these evil spirits go berserk, we will be attacked. We're really unlucky this time. The evil spirit spring might not even appear once in a few years. I didn't think we would run into it. Ah. What should we do? Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect exclaimed, should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape? Where are you going? Chen Yi smiled bitterly, there's nowhere to escape now. Standing here will allow us to live a little longer, but once we leave, I'm afraid we'll die even faster. Heh, that little brat is right. The old man nodded with a sinister smile. Even an expert like this old master was forced to come here. You bunch of kids still want to escape. You're dreaming. Pausing for a moment, the old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, how is it? Do you want to join hands with this old man and see if we can find a way out? Chen Yi glanced at him and frowned. What kind of plan does Senior have? No plan. The only thing we can do is kill. The old man chuckled. Although your strength isn't very high, there are still a lot of people here. Fortunately, there were a lot of them. As long as they didn't give up, they might be able to survive. Moreover, since you dared to come to the evil cavern, you must have brought a lot of artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, right? Yes. Chen Yi nodded. They were different from Yang Kai. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations before daring to come to the evil cavern. They hadn't used any artifacts before because they didn't need to. That's right. When we start fighting, you can use everything you've learned in your life to your heart's content. Heh. If this old master is free, he will definitely help you. The old man nodded with a smile. He seemed to be very kind. Chen Yi smiled wryly and cupped his fists. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. He didn't believe this old man would take care of his group, but the number of evil spirits was simply too great. If they died too quickly, the pressure on the old man's side would definitely increase. The current relationship between the two stone platforms could be said to be one of mutual dependence. Therefore, the old man had shown some concern and advice. At a critical moment, this old master can lend you a hand, but I have a condition. The old man smiled. What condition? Chen Yi asked. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring and quickly said, if we can survive this crisis, this old master wants what's in that spring. Whoever dares to steal it will be killed without mercy. Juniors only ask for survival. Chen Yi said coldly. That would be for the best. The old man sneered and no longer said anything. What's in that spring? Yang Kai asked curiously in a low voice. Looking at the old man's expression, he seemed to be very interested in what was in that spring, so Yang Kai guessed that it was definitely something good. It's an evil spirit essence. Chen Yi also whispered back, but it is definitely a very special evil spirit essence, and the energy it contains is extremely huge. A very special evil spirit essence. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Shanqing Luo had said that some evil spirit essences contained energy that could increase one's spiritual energy, while others contained various martial skills. How could an evil spirit essence from an evil spirit spring be of poor quality? However, in this situation, Yang Kai had no choice but to restrain his thoughts and focus on preserving his life first. On both sides of the high platforms, everyone was waiting for the right moment. The evil spirit spring below was rising higher and higher, and within the ink-black spring water, there were dozens of bright evil spirit essences, attracting everyone's attention and making them greedy for them. As long as one could go down, they could directly harvest dozens of these evil spirit essences. These evil spirit essences were equivalent to the gains of several days of life experience in the evil cavern. Originally, the evil spirit essences weren't limited to just this little bit. In just a short time, 100 to 200 evil spirits had already died, but even more evil spirit essences had merged with the evil spirit spring and disappeared, turning into energy in the spring water. But even if they were greedy, no one dared to leave the high platform. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with regret. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison. The light on Zi Yingying's body flickered, seeming to be extremely unstable. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was icy cold, as if it was a terrifying purgatory. Be careful. All of you try to survive, little kids. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter had even faded, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly rushed up, attracted by the blood chi of the many cultivators. They split up and attacked from both sides. With a sharp howl, 6 or 7 evil spirits rushed up from the high platform near Yang Kai and the others and surrounded them. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. All of them simultaneously unleashed their martial skills. The strength of these purple evil spirits was not weak, but because everyone was gathered on the high platform, although they couldn't move freely, they still managed to form an airtight defense. As soon as the evil spirits rushed up, they were knocked back, the color of their bodies constantly changing. Before they could rush up again, the Ghost King Valley disciples had already summoned their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley disciples had brought 2 artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, one of which was of the fire attribute. The other was of the lightning attribute. The fire dragon swallowed and spat, burning the 2 evil spirits so much that they screamed incessantly. The flowing electricity also made them tremble incessantly. These 2 artifacts were both Earth-grade top rank. Although they weren't as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, they were still quite good. At the very least, they could be used to deal with these evil spirits. Treasure Instrument Sect's Dao Yang was even richer. He directly took out a heaven-grade artifact and ignited a cloud of fire, wrapping the 2 evil spirits in it and urging his Yuan Qi to burn them. The 2 evil spirits kept screaming and trying to break out. However, they were unable to escape the burning range of the cloud of fire. The disciples of the 2 sects were relying on the power of their artifacts. Being able to deal with 4 evil spirits at once was quite extraordinary. The Hu sisters were working together, and although they didn't have an artifact to restrain these evil spirits, using their twin chi shared spirit divine art, their strength had greatly increased and together, they were able to deal with 1 evil spirit without falling behind. Yang Kai dealt with 1 evil spirit alone, his true Yang Yuan Qi bursting out and enveloping it. At the same time, a sword condensed from Yang liquid appeared in his hand, slashing and slashing at the evil spirit, causing its color to rapidly fade. With each attack, it seemed that the evil spirit's body would shatter. Although he had an artifact like the Azura sword, Yang Kai felt that a weapon condensed from Yang liquid would be more useful to deal with these evil spirits. Now that he had tried it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits were able to break through the blockade, all of them being blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, they all breathed a sigh of relief and put more effort into their attacks. Soon, the evil spirit Yang Kai was dealing with was defeated, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence in front of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took this source into his palm before immediately attacking the evil spirit the Hu sisters were dealing with. Hu Jiao shot a surprised look at Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that he would be able to deal with an evil spirit alone faster than the 2 of them working together. After not seeing him for 2 years, this little bastard had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had still underestimated him. Yang Kai and the others on the high platform weren't having a hard time dealing with the evil spirits, but the same was true for the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. After all, the old man was an immortal ascension boundary master and the 4 young men around him were also not weak. Coupled with the group from free and unfettered sect, their overall combat strength was much higher than that of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. Even though the old man was dealing with the evil spirits, he was still paying attention to Yang Kai and the others, seemingly afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the Yuan Qi attribute displayed by Yang Kai, the old man couldn't help but light up and shouted, "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's side? This old master can guarantee that you won't die." With his strength combined with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute, once they joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. What's more, Yang Kai's combat strength was also quite good, so naturally the old man wanted to win him over. Chapter 337. Listening to the old man's words, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all felt their hearts tighten as they glanced towards Yang Kai with slight worry. Although Dao Yang and Shen Yi thought that they were getting along well with Yang Kai, after all, they had only met by chance and didn't have a deep friendship. At this time, if Yang Kai decided to abandon them for a better life, they had no reason to blame him. Moreover, from the perspective of Yang Kai's own interests, there was no doubt that cooperating with this old man would be more beneficial. Thinking of this, everyone was a little worried. Yang Kai leapt off the high platform and stood mid-air, joining the Hu sisters in attacking the evil spirit they were dealing with, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well, as calm as ever, as he said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, the old man chuckled meaningfully, "Boy, it's every man for himself. If you cooperate with me, we'll split the evil spirit essence 50-50, how about it? This old master won't take advantage of you." "Not so good." Yang Kai decisively refused. This old man didn't look like a good person, and even if Yang Kai didn't care about the Hu sisters' safety, it was impossible for him to ask a tiger for its skin. If they cooperated, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Very well, this old master won't force you." The old man didn't seem to care about Yang Kai's refusal and said lightly, but a cold light flashed across his eyes. "This smelly brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Yang Kai act so righteously, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, a touch of gratitude flashing across their eyes. Only the Hu sisters smiled sweetly at him. Without mentioning anything else, all of them were from Black Plum Town and had known each other for a long time, so they believed that Yang Kai wouldn't abandon them. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, when they had climbed the 10,000-foot staircase, he had never given up on them. After a while, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters finally defeated the evil spirit, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence floating in front of them. Yang Kai reached out and threw his purifying spirit bottle to Hu Jiao. "Use this to collect it. Don't swallow it directly." "Oh." Although Hu Jiao had never used the purifying spirit bottle before, at this moment, she could only follow Yang Kai's lead. After trying it out, she directly sucked the purifying spirit source into the bottle. Yang Kai flew to the other side to assist the Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley disciples. In a short while, all 6 evil spirits had been killed. However, what was strange was that after these evil spirits were attacked by Yang Kai, they had all been killed. There was always a feeling of wanting to run away. The fight had just ended. Before they could catch their breaths, more evil spirits flew up from below. This time, there were even more of them than before. For a moment, everyone was flustered. He had no choice. Yang Kai fought 2 evil spirits alone. Without being able to kill quickly, the drawbacks of Yang Kai's Zhenyang Yuan Qi immediately became apparent. Zhenyang Yuan Qi was naturally a sharp weapon to deal with evil spirits. However, because of its restraining nature, the evil spirits seemed to have an instinct that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Once they fought for a moment, they would avoid Yang Kai and turn to attack others. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. Like a firefighter, he circled around the high platform where everyone was resting, chasing after the evil spirits as they flew around. The good situation suddenly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the people on the high platform were not mediocre. Moreover, they carried a lot of artifacts, so every time they were in a crisis, they were always able to turn the situation around. As time passed, the pressure and intensity of the battle became greater and greater. Before a group of evil spirits had been killed, a new one would constantly appear from below. "Junior sister, You and the two junior brothers use the 5-dragon binding seal to assist Brother Yang. Dao Yang saw Yang Kai's awkward situation and quickly shouted. Okay, Zhao Rong said. At the same time, she summoned a seal-like artifact. This artifact had 5 dragon seals on it, and after Zhao Rong and the 2 other treasure instrument sect disciples poured their yuan qi into it, accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 5 dragon seals suddenly materialized and flew out. The 5 dragons circled around. From each of their mouths, a beam of light shot out towards an evil spirit that was flying around. In an instant, this evil spirit seemed to be tied up and struggled in place, but was unable to break free and could only howl incessantly. When Yang Kai saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly rushed up, holding his young liquid sword and slashing it, killing an evil spirit in just a moment. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples were also smart people. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, they quickly changed their hand seals and controlled the 5 dragons to attack another evil spirit. Although 3 of them had been assigned to assist Yang Kai, the situation not only did not collapse, but instead became more and more orderly. During the battle, everyone took out their respective yuan qi pills and took them in advance so that when the time came, their yuan qi wouldn't be enough. Yang Kai didn't need to take any pills, but the Hu sisters had just taken the myriad drug liquid and naturally knew what it was. They were counting on Yang Kai to help them recover, so they didn't take any pills either. The 5 dragon binding seals effect greatly boosted everyone's morale. On the other side of the high platform, whether it was the old man or the free and unfettered sect disciples, all of them were struggling to cope. Although they had an immortal ascension boundary master, they didn't have as many people as Yang Kai and their artifacts weren't as high grade as the ones from Treasure Instrument Sect, so even though their combat strength was much higher, they were still at a disadvantage when dealing with these evil spirits. When the old man saw Yang Kai's display of strength, he couldn't help feeling like he had lost a great deal of face. Waving his sleeve, he summoned a gust of wind and directly pushed the 2 evil spirits towards him. These evil spirits would only attack the flesh and blood closest to them and wouldn't return to attack the old man. With the old man's push, the Hu sisters immediately fell into a crisis. They had been working together to deal with one evil spirit, but now that 2 had suddenly appeared, how could they possibly deal with them? Yang Kai saw all of this and couldn't help feeling annoyed. He knew that this old man really wasn't a good person, so he quickly dealt with the evil spirits in front of him and quickly rushed over to the Hu sisters' side. As he flew over, Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned a drop of yang liquid. Under the exquisite control of yuan qi, this drop of yang liquid suddenly transformed into a semicircular light curtain that directly enveloped the Hu sisters. The yuan qi control method taught by Xiaofu Sheng shone brilliantly at this moment. As soon as this light curtain was formed, the 2 evil spirits had already rushed forward. As soon as their ethereal bodies came into contact with this light curtain, it was as if they had fallen into a pot of boiling oil, making a sizzling sound. Instinctively, the 2 evil spirits floated backwards. Even the evil spirit that the Hu sisters were dealing with had left them behind, causing them to miss their target. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. How is that possible? Cheng Ying of Ghost King Valley shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Be careful. They're all coming. Lung Shan shouted. The 2 evil spirits pushed by the old man, along with the one the Hu sisters were dealing with, gave up on Hu Jiao and Hu Mai and rushed towards the Ghost King Valley group. In an instant, the pressure on everyone increased sharply. Hey, Brother Yang, this isn't right. Chen Yi was speechless and smiled bitterly. Although the Hu sisters were now extremely safe, their Ghost King Valley group was in big trouble. Sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Yang Kai also wore an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, he was right next to them, otherwise, it would have been hard to say what kind of casualties would have occurred. Directly entangling 2 of the evil spirits. While dealing with them, Yang Kai began thinking. Suddenly, he thought of a wonderful idea. Hurriedly working with the 3 treasure instrument sect disciples to deal with the 2 evil spirits, Yang Kai quickly flew up into the air, standing high above everyone's heads. Not paying attention to the surprised gazes of those around him, Yang Kai secretly condensed a drop of yang liquid from his dantian and threw it down. Just like before, this drop of yang liquid transformed into a semicircular light curtain mid-air, but compared to the previous one, it was undoubtedly thinner, but it still covered the entire high platform. As soon as this light curtain fell, all the evil spirits floated back a certain distance. Fearfully, they began to circle around. This kind of light curtain was only a deterrent. If these evil spirits really went crazy and attacked, it would only take a moment to break through. In for a penny, in for a pound, Kai Yang continued to force out more yang liquid, continuously pouring it down. Layer after layer of light curtain fell under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control. All of them were of the same size and completely overlapped. After consuming a total of 20 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai was satisfied and stopped. Although this light curtain composed of 20 layers of true yang yuan qi was not unbreakable, it was enough to easily resist these evil spirits. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a life or death crisis. Suddenly becoming extremely safe, no one was able to adapt to this sudden change. The surrounding evil spirits simply flew around the high platform. None of them dared to approach. Occasionally, a few of them would try to attack, but as soon as they touched the light curtain, they would be burned and directly retreat. After a long silence, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai, their expressions filled with both shock and admiration. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes were also filled with a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai. It was a sudden inspiration. I didn't think it would actually work, Yang Kai chuckled. I'm impressed. Chen Yi stared at Yang Kai with a look of worship. Everyone nodded and their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a moment of shock and gratitude, everyone finally remembered how much true essence had been squandered in order to create such a solid and thick defensive barrier. How come Kai Yang's face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and his appearance was as calm as the wind and clouds? Monster. Abnormal. Lung Shan curled her lips. Everyone nodded again. What they didn't know was that each layer of light curtain was the crystallization of Yang Kai's yuan qi. 20 layers of light curtain, equivalent to Yang Kai's meridians being emptied 20 times. How could this defensive barrier not be strong? Moreover, the quality of Yang Kai's yuan qi was also quite high and incomparably pure. If one really wanted to calculate, this light curtain was almost equivalent to the full strength of 10 immortal ascension boundary masters. With this kind of defense, dealing with the current situation was simply a piece of cake. Young man, why don't you also help this old master? The old man saw that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying method, and for a moment he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he was an immortal ascension boundary master, he knew he couldn't do what Yang Kai did. The high platform over there was now impregnable, its defense watertight. Even if the people on the high platform did nothing and just watched the show, there was no need to worry about their lives being threatened. On the contrary, as the number of evil spirits on his side increased, it became more and more difficult to deal with. Chapter 338. Left with no other choice, the old man had no choice but to put aside his pride and shout at Yang Kai. Hearing this, many of the Ghost King Valley disciples sneered as they stared at the old man sarcastically. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect was even more annoyed as she muttered under her breath, "This old man, just now he was trying to trick us, but now he's actually begging us, his face is really thick." The old man's actions just now had all been witnessed by everyone, and although they were all extremely annoyed, due to the old man's strength, none of them dared to act out. The old man took in everyone's expressions but didn't seem to care, simply saying lightly, "Young people, you should know that we will meet again in the near future. Perhaps you will need this old master's help, so how about you first sell this old master a favor and help me? Looking at your actions just now, it seems like it won't take much effort." Although his tone was light, the light in his eyes was unbridled, and anyone could hear the threat in his voice, as if saying, "If you don't help me then I'll do whatever you want." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he slowly shook his head and said, "I can't help you, my yuan qi has been exhausted, I need to recover for a while before I can fight again." Saying so, he really sat down cross-legged. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples were all shocked and quickly took out the best yuan qi replenishing pills they had and handed them to Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were gullible, They were simply too worried. Moreover, Yang Kai's formation had definitely consumed a lot of yuan qi. The energy contained in these layers of defensive shields was shocking to all of them, so anyone who had used so much yuan qi would need to replenish themselves. Hu Jiao and her sister glanced at each other and giggled. They all knew that Yang Kai had that kind of miraculous yuan qi replenishing liquid, so how could they believe his nonsense? The movement on the high platform was clearly seen by the old man, so for a moment he didn't know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, but he didn't try to force him and instead just put on a fake smile and said, "Very well, you can restore yourself first." Saying so, he focused on the battle in front of him. On the high platform, the group from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were all amazed, none of them having expected that in this chaos, Yang Kai would be able to create an absolutely safe haven. While watching the battle on the other side of the high platform with great interest, they lowered their voices and commented, causing Yu Qing and the others to seethe with anger. The old man was indeed a master of the Heaven's Gate realm. His yuan qi was endless, and his moves seemed ordinary. In reality, it was incomparably ferocious. He was actually fighting 4 evil spirits by himself without falling into a disadvantageous position. During the battle, he did his best to protect his 3 juniors. On the other hand, the free and unfettered sect disciples seemed like they were being raised by a stepmother. Neither their grandmother nor their uncle loved them, so they fought with all their might. The yuan qi quickly passed away. Yu Qing's pale face turned even paler. The charming slaves who wore revealing clothes didn't have time to show off their coquettishness. All of them were sweating profusely as they were too tired to deal with him. Outside the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive shield, the evil spirits kept circling around, trying to find a weak point, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a place to break through. After a while, they gave up on this side and flew towards the old man's high platform. In an instant. On the other side of the high platform, the old man roared as he released all of his strength, sending out a variety of artifacts and martial skills. The free and unfettered sect disciples cried out again and again, but they were unable to cope with so many evil spirits. "Senior, senior," Yu Qing shouted anxiously, "help." Although the free and unfettered sect disciples were no less numerous than Ghost King Valley disciples. However, because both men and women were proficient in sex and were able to obtain their cultivation through sex, the yuan qi was simply not enough to cope with this chaotic situation. Seeing that the barrier was about to be broken through, Yu Qing had no choice but to open his mouth and call for help. Heh. The old man chuckled, "This old master can't even spare a hand. Where would I find the time to save you?" Yu Qing cursed in his heart, knowing that this old man wasn't an easy person to deal with, so he quickly said, "If Senior can save us from death, my free and unfettered sect will definitely reward you generously." "Let's hear it." The old man's eyes flashed. "If we can return alive, each of us can give Senior a charmed slave. Since Senior is familiar with our free and unfettered sect's methods, you must know the role of a charmed slave." At this critical moment of life and death, Yu Qing didn't dare to speak any nonsense and directly offered a generous offer. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned. "This old master naturally knows that your free and unfettered sect's charmed slaves can use a special secret art to give all of their profound qi to the man they mate with." "Exactly." Yu Qing nodded. The old man laughed. "Good, there are 4 of you. If this old master can absorb the profound qi of 4 charmed slaves, his strength will also improve greatly. It's good that Senior understands." Yu Qing anxiously cursed this old man for being so talkative, but he didn't dare show it and could only laugh dryly. "I ask Senior to help us." The old man coldly snorted. "However, this old master has heard that every man in your free and unfettered sect has more than 1 charmed slave. Seeing that your status isn't low, you should have at least 4 or 5, right?" Yu Qing's expression became bitter as he realized just how big this old man's appetite was. "Boy, you're quite lucky." The old man smiled obscenely. "How about this? This old master can help you as much as possible, but this old master wants 8 charmed slave. That is, each of you can give me 2 charmed slaves, which is why this old master is willing to help. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you. But, if I lose my life, what would I do with so many charmed slaves?" This last sentence completely poked at Yu Qing's weak spot, causing his face to darken, and without hesitation, Yu Qing quickly nodded. Good deal. Boy, you're quite decisive, you'll definitely achieve great things. The old man laughed loudly, his moves suddenly becoming more ferocious, wrapping the free and unfettered sects group in his attacks. With this old man's help, Yu Qing and the others immediately felt much more relaxed. It was worth it, Yu Qing comforted himself, the feeling of heartache fading away. Although each of the free and unfettered sect's male disciples had more than one charmed slave, it still took time to cultivate a charmed slave, so giving away 2 charmed slaves each was a huge loss to them. While Yu Qing and the old man were negotiating terms, the free and unfettered sect's charmed slaves remained indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with this matter. Remember your words, if you dare go back on your word, this old master will exterminate your free and unfettered sect. The old man coldly reminded. Yu Qing's heart skipped a beat, wondering just where this old man came from. His tone was even more arrogant than the heavens. Quickly smiling, Yu Qing said, I wouldn't dare, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Many people secretly curled their lips in disdain. If Yu Qing was a gentleman, then there would be no such thing as a villain in this world. Yang Kai and the others coldly watched from the other side of the high platform, none of them feeling the joy of surviving a calamity. In this kind of environment, it was difficult to be happy. None of them knew when these evil spirits would retreat, so for a moment, they couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. On the other side, the battle between the old man and the others was still going on, and evil spirits were constantly being killed. Many evil spirit essences were floating around them, but none of them had the time to collect them. Gradually, these evil spirit essences fell and merged into the evil spirit spring water. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed and he angrily shouted, Free and unfettered sect, hurry up and sacrifice your charmed slave. His tone was urgent and brooked no argument. Ah! Yu Qing stared blankly at the old man, not knowing why he would suddenly say this. If you don't want to die, hurry up. The old man hurriedly urged, a trace of viciousness faintly appearing on his face. But Yu Qing didn't know what the old man wanted to do, but now was not a good time to sacrifice the charmed slaves. Their numbers were already low enough, so if they sacrificed another charmed slave, the free and unfettered sex population would directly decrease by half. Naturally, he couldn't make up his mind. This old master will give you 3 breaths of time, if you don't sacrifice them, I'll kill them all. The old man gloomily issued an ultimatum. Brother, what do we do? The several free and unfettered sect male disciples looked at Yu Qing anxiously, their faces filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sacrifice them. Yu Qing's face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to hesitate. They were only able to maintain their safety because the old man had helped them from time to time, but if the old man also attacked them, they would immediately die. Although he couldn't bear to sacrifice his charmed slaves like this, Yu Qing had no other choice. As soon as Yu Qing gave the order, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples immediately attacked, forcing the evil spirits in front of them to retreat. Then, each of them hugged the charmed slaves around them and, under their sweet gazes, kissed them deeply. Lung Shan couldn't bear to see this, but she quickly turned her head and quietly pulled Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters away. Don't look. What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled. Lung Shan obviously knew what the consequences of sacrificing a charmed slave would be, so she kindly reminded them. Chen Yi also sighed slightly, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Most of the other Ghost King Valley disciples also lowered their heads, not daring to look at this scene. Although they had always had a bad relationship with free and unfettered sect and often fought against the charmed slaves, at this final juncture, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for these charmed slaves who had been enslaved, reduced to nothing more than tools. It wasn't that they didn't know how to love themselves, nor was it that they were innately lustful, it was just that the free and unfettered sect men had used special methods to train them. Women were naturally curious, and although Lung Shan had warned them not to look, Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters couldn't help but quietly look over. What they saw caused the eyes of the 3 women to tremble violently. In the midst of this passionate kiss, the bodies of the charmed slaves began to ripple, and as these ripples spread, Their beautiful faces rapidly aged and their delicate bodies withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if several decades of the flowing time great emperor had passed from their bodies in an instant. From their mouths, the yuan qi and blood qi of these charmed slaves was transformed into a steady stream of energy that was given to the free and unfettered sect men. The pale-faced free and unfettered sect male disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In an instant, their complexions became rosy and their faces glowed with radiance. Each one of them was handsome and unrestrained, elegant and extraordinary. As a result, their strength had also suddenly increased greatly. Chapter 339. This was a sacrificial offering, a secret technique of the free and unfettered sect, a martial skill that could only be displayed by the charmed slave. This move could no longer be described as evil. In just 10 breaths of time, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples had undergone a complete transformation and were now in high spirits. As for the charmed slaves in their embrace, they had lost their life force forever. However, within their dim eyes, there seemed to be a tenderness that would never regret, and at the corner of their aged mouths, there was still a trace of a satisfied smile. Their rosy cheeks instantly turned into dry bones. Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters Yuan Qi burst out uncontrollably, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the free and unfettered sect male disciples, their tender bodies trembling slightly. They were all women, so the way the charmed slaves died naturally resonated with them. After the sacrificial offering was completed, Yu Qing laughed and released the shriveled corpse in his arms. The corpse rolled on the ground, fell off the high platform, and disappeared into the evil spirit spring. Now that the strength of the free and unfettered sect's disciples had soared, they seemed to possess a kind of domineering aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Their moves were more than twice as powerful as before, but when he looked at the old man, Yu Qing's eyes still contained a trace of anger and hatred. He didn't want to sacrifice the charmed slaves at this time because the most dangerous moment had yet to arrive. However, due to the old man's tyrannical power, he had no choice but to do so, so naturally he was somewhat unhappy. The old man didn't seem to notice this and simply chuckled, "Good, this old master said you were a decisive person and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Boy, you and your junior brothers stay here for a while, this old master will be back soon." "Good." Yu Qing nodded quickly, not even bothering to ask what the old man was going to do. The old man let out a roar and his figure leapt off the high platform. After he flew up, a purple evil spirit followed closely behind like a shadow. What is he going to do? Chen Yi's expression sank. He discovered that the old man's mouth was curled into a cold smile as he lured the evil spirit towards them. While flying over, he kept attacking the evil spirit to attract its attention so that he could get closer to the platform. "Is this old man crazy?" Cheng Ying smiled disdainfully. "Why would he spend so much effort to lure an evil spirit here? Do you expect this evil spirit to kill us all?" "Ha ha." A male disciple from Treasure Instrument sect also laughed. "I'm afraid this old man has eaten too much lard for his own good. Doesn't he know that Brother Yang's defensive barrier is specifically designed to counter evil spirits?" They didn't avoid the old man's ears when they spoke. However, even though he heard it, he didn't get angry. He just sneered. It was still pulling the evil spirit in this direction. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes were cold. She noticed something was wrong and said, "Be careful. He must be planning something." Dao Yang also nodded, secretly vigilant. Not long after, the old man and the evil spirit arrived at the side of the high platform. Everyone became more vigilant, ready to attack at any time. "I have a big gift for you." The old man saw that it was about time and laughed loudly, sending a palm strike towards the evil spirit, pushing it towards the platform before his figure flickered. Disappearing mid-air, when he reappeared, he had already returned to free and unfettered sect. "Senior, you made us sacrifice our charmed slaves just to buy you some time?" Yu Qing's face was very ugly, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. "Yes." The old man nodded flatly. "You used that little bit of time, just to lure an evil spirit over?" Yu Qing almost couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. He had never understood why the old man was so anxious to make them sacrifice their charmed slaves, but now it seemed that this old man had done all this. The value of these 4 charmed slaves couldn't be compared at all. Do you have a problem with that? The old man stared back at Yu Qing coldly, his eyes filled with impatience. I don't dare. Yu Qing's heart went cold as he quickly suppressed his anger. Although after the sacrifice, the strength of his brothers had greatly increased. Facing an immortal ascension boundary master, he still couldn't act presumptuously. Just watch carefully, Humph. If they don't beg this old master will wring his head off and use it as a chamber pot for you. The old man smiled confidently. Yu Qing was startled, not knowing why this old man was so confident. At this time, the evil spirit had already launched an attack on the platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing. It crashed into the platform again and again, but every time it was blocked by the barrier, the burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi wearing down its yin energy. But this evil spirit seemed to be somewhat different from the other evil spirits and didn't immediately retreat. After trying many times, it no longer attacked recklessly. Its facial features, which had become more distinct, suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. His voice was extremely sharp and piercing to the ears. Following the scream, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping everyone on the high platform. Everyone had been indifferently appreciating this evil spirit's stupidity, but none of them had expected it to do such a thing. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As the purple halo passed through everyone's body, everyone let out a muffled groan, several of the weaker ones even falling to the ground. Everyone else also felt dizzy and nauseous, as if ants were gnawing at their minds, causing them unbearable pain. Even the Hu sisters couldn't bear it, their pretty faces paling as their brows furrowed. Only Yang Kai wasn't affected. Compared to the others, he had cultivated his divine sense and was able to offset a certain amount of damage to his soul. On top of that, he also had a defensive soul skill in his mind, allowing him to easily resist the evil spirit's attack. A soul skill. Chen Yi screamed, it's a soul-type evil spirit. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help paling as they stared at the soul-type evil spirit in front of them, their eyes filled with panic. A soul-type evil spirit was a very special existence among evil spirits. It looked no different from other evil spirits, but because it was proficient in soul skills, if a cultivator under the immortal ascension boundary encountered it, there were only 2 options. Either run or die. In this situation, running away was impossible, and fighting it would only lead to death. In the evil cavern, soul-type evil spirits were relatively rare existences. This could be seen from the situation in front of them. Hundreds of evil spirits had gathered here, and there were even more coming from outside, but from beginning to end, only one soul-type evil spirit had appeared. It was obvious how rare it was. No one had expected to encounter a soul-type evil spirit, just as no one present had expected to encounter an evil spirit spring eruption. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The old man had deliberately led this soul-type evil spirit here, obviously harboring malicious intent. This was a means of revenge for Yang Kai's refusal to help. Turning his head to look at the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. He wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, but everyone on the high platform was. The large area of effect soul skill from before had already affected them, so if it were to be used a few more times, they would definitely be affected. Besides Yang Kai, the rest of them would have their souls destroyed. Either they would die on the spot or become idiots. Quick, quick, quick. Seeing the soul-type evil spirit outside the defensive barrier open its big black mouth again, Chen Yi quickly shouted, "Soul-type artifact. Who has won?" Everyone turned to look at Dao Yang eagerly. Although Ghost King Valley had made sufficient preparations this time to come to the evil cavern. However, soul-type artifacts were as rare as soul skills, and soul-type artifacts were bound to be used to defend against soul skills, so their grade was bound to be very high. This group from Ghost King Valley simply wasn't qualified. Dao Yang was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. If he didn't have a soul-type artifact, then this time he would be in trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, in the end, he could only protect himself. With so many people gathered on the high platform, if this large area soul-type evil spirit attack hit him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Dao Yang's foundation was really rich, so he hurriedly took out a ring, poured his yuan qi into it, and flicked it. A buzzing sound rang out. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit also used its soul skill. Just like before, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping the crowd. However, the ring in Dao Yang's hand also sent out a ripple visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths nervously as they stared blankly at the screen. When that layer of ripples collided with the purple halo, the ripples instantly disappeared, and the purple halo also dimmed. However, it didn't disappear and still affected everyone. The soul-type artifact Dao Yang had taken out wasn't enough to defend against this soul-type evil spirit's attack. Everyone's expression suddenly became miserable, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. However, after being blocked by this artifact, they were able to. Now that the attack was transmitted to their minds, it was much easier to withstand. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Damage to one's soul wasn't a joke. If this happened too many times, it would become a big problem. Sorry, I only have this one soul-type artifact. Dao Yang's face was slightly pale as he stared at the soul-type evil spirit's movements. Brother Dao, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have been able to withstand this attack. Chen Yi looked at Dao Yang sincerely. Yes, Cheng Ying nodded repeatedly, but let's think about what to do next. With Dao Yang's soul-type artifact, everyone could hold on for about half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just stared coldly at the old man on the high platform. The old man saw the crisis here and laughed unscrupulously, his laughter filled with pride and joy. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help feeling indignant. If it weren't for this old man's mischievous actions, they would have been able to hide behind Yang Kai's defensive barrier, but now, facing this soul-type evil spirit, they couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. That old bastard. Zhao Rong's temper was straightforward and she couldn't help cursing. Little friend. The old man smiled viciously, while dealing with the evil spirit on the high platform, he shouted to Yang Kai, "You see, your side is in crisis right now, but so is mine. Why don't you cooperate with me?" "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "It's very simple. You help us create the same barrier as yours and this old master will help you deal with that soul-type evil spirit. You can't deal with it because you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, but this old master is different. Not only is this old master an immortal ascension boundary master, but he's also an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivator. Although dealing with that soul-type evil spirit will be somewhat troublesome, I can still kill it. What do you think? This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both of us." Chapter 340. When the old man said this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that he had spent so much effort to lure the soul-type evil spirit here in order to get Yang Kai to help them. If Yang Kai could really help them, he wouldn't have to work so hard to protect them like he did now. At that time, they could sit on the high platform like Yang Kai and the others and watch from the sidelines. As long as they could delay until the evil spirit spring disappeared, they could naturally escape safely. If it weren't for the old man having scruples about the strength of Yang Kai's group, he would have already snatched the high platform they were on instead of going through so much trouble. It had to be said that this old man's plan was really good. Yu Qing from Free and Unfettered Sect saw the situation develop like this and couldn't help laughing. Senior's method is good, this junior admires it. Just now, the old man had been so confident that Yu Qing couldn't make sense of it. But now, looking at him again, it was clear that the old man had a plan. Perhaps he had already noticed the existence of the soul-type evil spirit, so he had asked him and his junior brothers to sacrifice the charmed slaves so that he could have time to lure the soul-type evil spirit over. Heh, how can you not have some tricks up your sleeve? The old man sneered, and the 4 young men around him also laughed, seemingly admiring the old man's methods. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples all wore gloomy expressions, extremely angry but unable to do anything. Little friend, what do you think? Now that they had the upper hand, the old man wasn't in a hurry. He had just boasted that Yang Kai and the others would come to beg him. In his opinion, this group of Yuan Qi cultivators would sooner or later bow their heads to him, unless they wanted to die. Without cultivating their divine sense, relying only on their soul-type artifacts, they wouldn't be able to resist the soul-type evil spirit's attack. At most, it would only take a moment. Their souls would be severely damaged, and at that time, the old man would be able to raise the price, so he didn't urge them and just asked lightly. Yang Kai frowned at him and snorted. He didn't answer. On the high platform, Yu Qing whispered to the old man, "Senior, if they can't hold on and come to beg you, can you make another condition?" The old man raised his brow. "Oh? What are your conditions?" Yu Qing stealthily glanced at the Hu sisters, his eyes brimming with an obscene light. He licked his lips and said, "Tell them to hand over the twins." The old man glanced at Yu Qing meaningfully. He was well aware of the free and unfettered sect's methods of enslaving and training charmed slaves. Charmed slaves were also divided into different grades. If the twins were trained into charmed slaves, then they would be of even greater help to the free and unfettered sect's male disciples. In particular, the Hu sisters' strength was extraordinary, so naturally Yu Qing was very concerned about them. This time, the free and unfettered sect had disregarded all risks and entered the evil cavern. It was precisely because the Hu sisters were a pair of twins. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea." The old man frowned. Although he could handle Yang Kai and the others, he also needed Yang Kai's help. If he made some excessive demands, it would only be counterproductive. If things didn't go well, they might end up worse off. Junior can give Senior 4 more charmed slaves. What do you think? Yu Qing suggested in a low voice. That's worth considering. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Good, when this matter is over, this old master will help you capture all the women over there. How about you give me 8 more charmed slaves? 8 is too much. The twins are indeed worth 4 charmed slaves, but the other 2 women, 6 charmed slaves, no more. Yu Qing's face showed a trace of hidden pain. It was as if he had suffered a huge loss. All right, 6 then. Remember, you owe this old man 14 charmed slaves. The old man laughed mischievously. He was quite easy to talk to. Naturally, I remember. Yu Qing was also quite satisfied with the results of this negotiation and flattered the old man. Senior is really a master. It seems that he doesn't care much about women. If he really cared about women, then he wouldn't hand over all 4 women. There was no need to mention the twin sisters. Both of them were devastatingly beautiful. Ghost King Valley's Lung Shan was also extraordinarily beautiful, while the other young girl, although not as beautiful as the other 3, had her own unique flavor. The old man smiled contemptuously and proudly said, "What does a woman count for? Only you young men with brains filled with lust would care about such things. If this old master wanted a woman, what kind of woman couldn't this old master get?" Yes, 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 Senior's teachings are correct. Yu Qing nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. After this short exchange, he couldn't help looking at the old man more pleasing to the eye. Turning his attention back to the Hu sisters, he couldn't help showing a smug smile, as if he had already captured them and brought them back to free and unfettered sect so he could train them with various medicines and soul skills. After reaching an agreement, both the old man and Yu Qing were happy, and even the 4 young men brought by the old man also showed joyful expressions. They knew that after the old man obtained the 14 charmed slaves, he would definitely reward each of them with 1. Charmed slaves, not only could they warm their bed, but they could also absorb their profound qi at a critical moment to increase their cultivation. Who wouldn't want one? With a charmed slave, they would no longer be lonely. Little friend, don't say that this old master didn't warn you. If you still refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid some of your friends will die. The old man glanced over at Yang Kai and the others and said with a smirk. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm tone. "Mph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The old man's face was filled with anger as he sneered, "If you don't beg this old master for help, this old master will definitely not act." Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead stared at the floating soul-type evil spirit. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples also held their 5 dragons binding seals and nervously made preparations. While the old man and Yu Qing were negotiating, Yang Kai and the others were also discussing how to deal with this situation. Brother Yang, can you resist it? Dao Yang asked faintly, holding the ring-shaped soul-type artifact in his hand and asking, why don't you take this with you? Ian, take it with you just in case, Lung Shan whispered softly, her brow furrowed in worry. When Yang Kai had said he was going to go out and kill this soul-type evil spirit, everyone had been frightened, thinking he had gone crazy. The Hu sisters had also panicked and tried to dissuade him. Hu Maier's eyes were overflowing with anxious tears. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. If I really can't handle it, I'll come back, Yang Kai said calmly. Then you be careful, Shenyi quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit opened its mouth again. It wanted to use its soul skill. Attack! Yang Kai shouted. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples quickly poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons' binding seals. 5 dragons appeared, and while the soul-type evil spirit was using its soul skill, they spat out a white light from their mouths, locking the soul-type evil spirit in place. Yang Kai grasped his young liquid sword and shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the purple halo that was about to explode. Dang. Dao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to offset the soul attack contained in the purple halo. So fast. Shenyi couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived in front of the soul-type evil spirit, the long sword in his hand dancing in an airtight manner. The soul-type evil spirit's body was constantly being cut. The sharp howl became more and more violent as the purple halo exploded one after another. Dao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to defend himself, but he still couldn't resist such a dense attack. His face paled and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure wilting. Shunyi's eyes were sharp and he quickly caught his artifact. Taking the lead, he saved everyone from this disaster. Young man, do you want to die? The old man also noticed Yang Kai's bold actions and couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he shouted. He didn't care whether Yang Kai lived or died, but if Yang Kai died, no one would be able to open a defensive barrier for them. However, Yang Kai ignored his shouts and continued to attack the soul-type evil spirit's body. In a short period of time, the soul-type evil spirit's purple body had dimmed significantly. However, its strength was obviously much stronger than the average purple evil spirit, so even if it was restrained by true Yang Yuan Qi, it was still not defeated. We can't hold on, Treasure Instrument Sect's Zhao Rong suddenly shouted. The next moment, she and the other 2 all paled as the 5 dragon binding seals in their hands dimmed. The 5 dragons binding the soul-type evil spirit directly collapsed. Freedom was restored. The soul-type evil spirit undoubtedly went completely berserk, its facial features distorting as it shot a purple light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to dodge and was hit by this purple light. A severe pain spread from his mind as his soul palace was unable to resist such a soul attack. The minor accomplishment soul palace was originally wrapped around his mind, but at this moment, a gap had appeared. Yang Kai's face suddenly paled. His hand movements paused for a moment. Just at this moment, the soul-type evil spirit bared its fangs and claws as it charged towards Yang Kai. With a tearing sound, Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart and several long wounds appeared on his stomach, blood flowing freely. Brother Yang, the group of people exclaimed as they stared at him in horror. Courting death. The old man coldly snorted, his expression quite annoyed. He had hoped that Yang Kai would not be able to resist and cooperate with him, but he hadn't expected this young man to be so stubborn. He would rather die than live in Dishina, causing all his plans to fall through. After being hit by such a soul skill, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master's consciousness would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator, how could he be spared? Serves him right. The old man sneered in his heart, not feeling any sympathy, only some regret. With Yang Kai dead, this old man was also in a bit of trouble. I'm fine, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his shaky body stabilizing as he hurriedly avoided the soul-type evil spirit's next attack. A faint chill spread through his mind, and although the pain was unbearable, The soul-warming lotus had once again played its role. How is this possible? The old man cried out. As an immortal Ascension boundary master, he could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in that soul skill. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare take it head-on, so how did this young man withstand it? The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples also couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, all of them staring at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering if he had some kind of high-end soul-type artifact that allowed him to withstand that attack. However, even if Yang Kai had a soul-type artifact, it could only protect himself, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out just now. Again, Yang Kai shouted towards the high platform as he continued to fight the soul-type evil spirit. Lung Shan quickly responded, hurrying over to Zhao Rong and picking up the 5 dragons binding seal. The Hu sisters stepped forward side by side and poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons binding seal along with Lung Shan. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.